Alright, everybody. Welcome, once again, all you lovely viewers who currently don't exist. And welcome to session 32 of Epic and Friends Final Fantasy XIV Pathfinder. I am your host, Animus, or the puppeteer of the A-Tribe right now. Joined with the lovely Dequest Tart, our ever-tired Kato, the boisterous Works, the gill-hungry Edrin, the lovely Rowan Darksbane, and of course, the impeccable Fion Elessoir. When we last left our intrepid band of heroes, they had just finished venturing out into the Azim Steppe in search of Dequest Tart's adopted half-brother, Azir. Upon finding said individual, the group was quickly set upon by a series of sharp words and a nearly dead Notkrampf, who Fion had attempted to disguise with invisibility and send over to spy on said individual. After some talking and convincing from Rowan, after neither Fion nor Dequest could convince the cat to journey with them, nor could they rightfully say that they had the capability to protect his brother when requesting that he help in returning Arcelestia to the family or civilization as a whole. Following this conversation and a very tense moment, the group took to drinking while Azir went to let his host, the Dothral, know that he was leaving. After a confrontation with their leader, Sadu, he returned to the party and drank, where the party had discussions of their first sexual encounters, whether they be painful, fond memories, or not, before continuing to drink the night away, eventually heading over to a nearby cave to sleep while Rowan and Works bonded under the stars, mostly with Rowan apologizing for an angry kiss that ended up burning Works. After this encounter, we return to our group, awakening in the morning. Rowan and Works, well, warm from Rowan's ambient body heat, find themselves once more covered in dew and greeted to the morning chill. The party inside of the cave with Azir, Ia, and their new companion, Camilla, find themselves comfortable and safe. For those of you who are awakening inside the cave, you find Azir has awoken before the rest of you, taken down the barrier, and is currently sitting... God damn it, Siri! And is currently seated at the front, on his knees in what you would say is the typical Doman seating position. The large-sized greatsword that he wields, known only as the Last Word, is currently across his knees, and he appears to be examining it closely, gazing over the edge and making sure that there are no imperfections to be seen.
I guess wakes up. Why am I wet?
You're not wet. You shouldn't be.
Dad, you should.
He's kind of covered in dew.
Okay, that's weird. You shouldn't be covered in dew because of my heat.
Well, you might not be, but he could still be.
Okay.
Yeah. I don't think you heat me up that much.
I just cast a prejudice.
At least not in this situation.
I ignore Kato.
That was out of character.
Guys, let's keep
Still
out of character
ignoring.
to a minimum.
Yep.
I just cast prestidigitation. Dry up works.
Fionn stirs and sits up before stretching out. And good morning. How much did I drink? Dak's still curled up in a ball,
Azir,
right next to Fionn.
go ahead, Yedrin.
I was just gonna say, Eugen's probably still sort of caught up with the axe, but awake and just like relaxing because gonna finally get to leave the Kagani area soon. But it's probably gonna pipe up with not as much as thought, I think.
Azir looks over his shoulder at Fionn. Very calmly watches her and speaks and says, I believe it was a bottle and a half. Stronger spirits.
I really need to stay off the bottle, Fionn sighs, shaking her head with dismay.
Any particular reason you say that?
Fionn purses her lips. Past experience with me running my mouth too much when in my cup.
Then you're in good company.
Dak actually wiggles closer to Fionn and kind of grabs at her skirts in her sleep. I like this song. Fionn pulls Tekla closer and wraps an arm around her. Plus, I need to stay sober so I can be there to help Dak when she needs it. Unless it's a drinking buddy she needs.
Azir starts to rise a little bit. You see him hold his weapon up for a moment. The blade, as he's holding it up, like level with his chest, it almost reaches the ceiling. He just kind of folds it down, and you watch it once again. Just kind of almost looks like it's folding in on itself as it goes into its scabbard and becomes about the size of a longsword once more. And he looks around at the entire cave, makes his way over to Kato, and just shoves his boot directly into his ribs. Like, hey,
Ow!
time to get up. Then makes his way over to Yedrin puts his foot like right on her backside, just right above the base of the tail, and shoves a little bit, trying to jostle her awake.
How is it she's awake? She's just called up with the axe.
You can react to it.
Yeah, okay, I'll react. Yes, I'm only awake. I'll get moving.
Fiona says, "Must you be so harsh?"
At that point, he just kind of looks at her. He looks at Fiona and goes, "My understanding was that he wouldn't awaken for anything less than a calamity falling on his head."
I think he meant towards her. Or she.
I think she was talking about you, because he went over and like kicked you in your ribs.
That's true.
They're just gonna be getting up and adjusting themselves and like you sheathing the axe, yada.
I mean, I guess yes, but we always have works on hand if we need something like that, Fiona says half jokingly before grimacing at the fact that it was only half a joke.
Azir shrugs his shoulders and says, "If you happen to have a problem with the way that I carry myself or the way that I act, know that it's only been a reaction to the world at large that I've seen. And trust me when I say I've seen far more of it than you."
Daggerless Blink starts waking up. What happened to my head? Kind of lulls her head a little bit.
At that point, Azir just kind of brushes his chest a little bit. "You drank about your body weight in liquor. I'm surprised you're alive."
Only that? Ah, Dak, says Fiona, quickly fetching her water skin and handing it over to her. Dak just takes a big old swig of water.
At that point, Azir has now walked over to the sleeping Camilla and is squatting over her, looking, like waiting to see if she reacts at all to him being that close. And if she doesn't, he brings his fingers together kind of in like a claw motion and clamps her nose shut.
While that's going on, probably just gonna comment the thought. It was a bit surprising how much you actually put away when it was a drink you could handle.
Well, it was tasty, I think, and she kind of like rolls her tongue in her mouth a little bit, like, no, never mind, no. Yeah. Swig some more water. Hope I didn't say anything too dumb.
Azir looks up. We all talked about our first sexual encounters.
Well, glad I didn't have anything to say then.
You did.
Camilla wiggles her nose before batting at Azir's hand blearily. I'm up. She grumbles before sitting up and rubbing her eyes. I was looking forward to being nocturnal.
Do you want me to read the pillow? Would that help?
That would be nice!
I will.
Two different voices would be good.
At that point, Azir just kind of like leans over, brings his hand down, and like pats the side of her face. You'd be nocturnal on the airship, and once we get to Gridania.
Yes.
At that point, he like reaches into her bag and pulls up the coffee pot. Coffee now. And I'll handle Iya.
Mm.
At that point, he just looks up and he calls out to Ia and goes, Ia, wake up. We're going to be leaving in about 30 minutes, or about half a bell. At that point, he yells out, Rowan!
I shrug her shoulders. Good enough for me. She reaches out, but Fionn takes it first and fills it with her black adder blend.
At that point, he's just like, Rowan! Wormlord, whose name I didn't get.
That's it.
We're
Get
awake.
up! We're leaving in about half a bell.
Not you. Rowan's gonna yell, we're awake. Put your pants on.
He looks down.
My
He's like, okay.
It's a figure of speech. Get over it.
Ia stirs and rises to her feet, nodding to Aesir.
Dak yawns and just kind of stretches and uncurls herself from her cocoon of a cape.
I feel like probably should get some energy to them before. I guess we can talk travel plans and expenses while we get moving.
Of course, you want to talk about expenses.
Do you know how expensive it is to 808 from here? I don't.
Dak takes out those chocolate-covered almonds Aesir gave her the night before and starts munching on them.
Aesir looks over at Yedrin and is like, where do you plan on teleporting to? I could probably give you a price.
Well, it depends on what the group decides to do is the thing. Although I think, do we want to walk and boat back to Kagane for your part tot, or...
Coffee's a good way to wake up, chimes in Fionn after lighting her stove can and setting the coffee pot on it. I don't know. I need to go back to Kagane for the pod. I can't carry that and teleport.
Aesir just kind of goes, Ia does not have access to any of the Aetherites back in Eorzea, so we will be taking the airship back from Kagane.
Would you like me to arrange its transportation back? Fionn asked Dekwa. No, that's okay. I was actually going to see Yedrin. Could you teleport with it for me, since you can actually carry it?
should be doable, unless there's something about the teleportation I don't know about.
Kato just chimes in. I've never been on an airship without being stuffed in a crate.
That sounds like very awkward transportation.
Aesir's just looking at you like you have grown a second head.
That's how I got across the Sea of Clouds from the spine inside a crate.
Did you stow away?
We've been over this before, yes.
Oh, that's right.
Camilla scratches behind her ear. I guess I'm joining on the adventure, right?
At that point, Aesir's like, I have no command over you, Camilla. If you want to teleport back to Gridania, that's fine. I just ask that you be there when we land.
Well, if some of the group's gonna teleport to Gridania, how expensive is that?
Aesir just kind of like taps his head for a moment. If you're teleporting anywhere from Doma over to Eorzea, you're looking at a surplus of 1,000 gil a person.
Oh,
Generally speaking, it's around 12 to 15.
And how much is the airship?
Airship passage, much slower, but typically about a week of travel, 300 to 500 a person, depending on the season.
Okay.
I guess it comes down to how expensive is your time.
Yeah.
I could cover a little bit of expenses if people want to go to Gridania. I'm not going to pay for all of it, though.
I'll take the airship.
Okay.
Kato just wants a solid week of sleep.
Have you gotten into the cave yet?
No.
So, what did I miss? I had to go check something.
Oh, Fion says, I will travel with you, Dekwa.
Yedrin, all you really missed was Kato saying he wanted to go by airship, and it's about a third or less of the price of teleporting.
Okay. Anyways, yeah. Yadrin's probably gonna think real quick. It's like, got to go to Kigana anyways. And scarcely thought, war company on airship. That's expensive.
I can understand.
Azir just scratching his nose and goes, my assumption was that half of you were going to go ahead to Vesper Bay and then head over to Limsa from there.
Why, Limsa?
Takes a very long sigh, looks at Kato and says, perhaps, Master Hellstrom, if you were awake, you would know why this was our plan.
Just kind of sticks his tongue out at him.
Says, mind where you stick that or I will take it as a threat and cut it away from you.
I can think of several places to stick it.
He's like now just moving, he's just moving towards you.
Staring at Kato like, why?
Phyllis stifles a snicker.
Just turtles behind his shield.
Azir's like hand comes down and just slowly pushes it down. And leans in close. Would you like to say that to my face, Master Hellstrom?
No.
I didn't think so. Which point he just goes. He like puts a hand on the top of your head and kind of pats it and goes. To explain, my brother, half brother, is in La Noscia. We know that for a fact. We know that he is near Airport. I'm assuming none of you have means to teleport to Airport, so the closest destination would be Limsa Lominsa. However, from my understanding of what we talked about earlier, Daquest is the only one who can teleport to Limsa along with Yedrin, so the rest of you have to go and attune to that area. However, you have all been to Vesper Bay, and have attuned to the Aetheryte there. So, you all teleport to Vesper Bay. You travel to Limsa. You attune. Yedrin can teleport. Yedrin and Dat can meet you there after.
Out of character, there was an Aetheryte in Vesper Bay, or are you
Yes.
talking about the Horizon one?
There was one in Vesper Bay.
Okay.
Because
Even
you,
if there wasn't, there is now.
it's actually part of the map. You guys ran a. In fact, I will pull you over to that map.
Screw the little Lorito statue. Yeah, no, I don't see an Aetheryte.
Alternate timeline. No reader statue never existed. They got an Aetheryte instead.
Yeah, I think you're thinking of Horizon.
I know I stuck one in Vesper Bay. It's. I believe I mentioned that it was next to the.
Statue?
No, it was next to the Scion's little area.
Whatever. There's one there. We got it. It's all good.
Well, we're still there, technically.
I actually do have Aleport, but yes, that. If he's at the same spot that I knew he was at, I know where Arcelus is. Granted, that was at least a good month or two ago.
Aesir holds up a finger. Like, you can see the ring on his hand, and you see his eyes just kind of dilate and grow wide and start glowing blue. Yeah, he's there.
Oh, good. That's fortunate, says Fiona offhandedly while studying the ring in question, curiosity piqued.
Pulls it off and, like, holds it out to Fionn.
She utters a divination to study it in detail.
Fionn, when you look down at it, the magical aura on it is not very palpable. It's faint, but you can tell that the ring has a number of requirements for activation on it. The first thing that immediately comes to mind is it is a divination spell that is on this ring, but as you're kind of looking at it and you're studying it, you spend several minutes, and the first thing that hits you is there are 3 restrictions on the ring. The first is it has to be willingly given to you by the patriarch of the tribe. Secondly, you have to be considered a member of the family to use it. And thirdly, once the spell is activated off the ring, it tells you the location and current status of any member of the family that you desire to know about.
Ah, how fascinating.
Says it's been passed down to the family for a long time. I think my father just wanted me to have it because I was the firstborn. It's generally meant for the next nun in line, but the family's not like that anymore.
Says Fiona.
Slowly puts it back on. I honestly think it'd be better suited for someone who's closer to the family, but who am I to turn down my father's generosity?
I was gonna say, it's hard to turn down anything Dad offers. He's always so affable about it.
Aesir kind of snickers at that.
What?
Nothing.
Oh, okay.
Get a cup of coffee, you need a sober.
Okay. Kind of sits down near the coffee thing, waiting for coffee. Kitty.
Yeah, are you still in the cave?
We're in the cave enjoying coffee and talking about where we're going and stuff.
Hey, so interjects Camilla. I should probably get going to keep an eye on.
Sure.
But don't suppose you got a spare link phone.
Starts checking her pockets. Don't we have a spare?
I think she has the spare. He said,
Yeah,
well,
she.
hunt.
What? Why did I have to spare?
Because the spare was Brahms.
Yeah.
I thought he crushed his.
I thought he threw it on the ground.
No, I thought he destroyed it.
I thought he just took it off and left it on the table.
Meh.
He was angry, not destructive.
Yeah.
Yeah, same thing with him.
Fair enough.
Decorates around, finds a link pearl. And she tosses it over to Camilla. Her aim sucks though, so she might actually not make it to Camilla.
Roll dexterity.
Oh god.
Camilla just kind of like dives as it like falls like almost 10 feet too short. She's like, catches it. Just as she's about to like hit the ground, like Azir just like one arm hooks her back up onto her feet.
Rowan?
Ha! Got it. Eep!
That point, like after he's put her back down, he just very calmly pours 3 cups of coffee, then another, walks one over to Ia, then walks out the cave, puts 2 beside Rowan and Works, and just hovers over them while sipping his cup.
Dak gets herself a cup of coffee.
They're just gonna be enjoying some of this coffee as well. He's gonna get himself a cup.
At that point, he looks down at Rowan and Works. So, are you guys going to? Are you two going to teleport to Vesper Bay, or are you traveling via airship to Gridania?
I don't know. I spend a lot of time on ships recently, so I'd like to get there fast. How about you, Rowan? What do you say? We head back to Gridania, maybe check in on your parents.
I'd like to check in on my mother.
At that point, he says, Miss Darksbane,
Yes, Azir.
if I might be so arrogant as to ask your opinion and potentially a favor from you.
Okay.
I understand that your family, having been to Gridania several times, is fairly affluent and in one of the safer portions of the area. And if you would like to read Camilla's thing before we do that.
Thanks. I'll brief you on this.
You cut out.
Sorry. Thanks. I'll brief you on the situation anon, but I have to keep this thing silent most of the time, says Camilla while she tucks the link pearl away in a handkerchief in her pocket. Doramel's got good ears after all.
After that, Azir continues and he says, I understand that your family is affluent. I understand they're in a safer portion of Gridania, segmented further away from the general population, and he just takes a deep sigh. Racism that exists there. I would like to ask if I could pay your parents to watch over Ia while we are taking care of this business dealing with my half-brother.
I will definitely pass that along to... Okay, hold on. Come back. I will pass that along to my father. I don't see how that would be a problem. He might actually... he might put her to work a little bit because my mother's been ill. But I mean, just to help, kind of like light housework, nothing serious. He's not one of those kind.
Ia's eyes widen at that, and she goes, Azir, but I want to help. Azir looks at her and goes, yeah, I know that you want to help, but what we're about to do is incredibly dangerous, and I frankly could not forgive myself if I took you from one hell to put you into another. I don't want you to see any more bloodshed than I've already forced you to. And I don't want any potential for you to end up in a situation like you just got out of. Gridania is rife with racism, and so long as the Curl Claws exist, and you being half Moonkeeper, you won't exactly be safe in Gridania. Ul'dah is rife with prostitution and people who would attempt to force you into that lifestyle again. So I wouldn't be happy leaving you there, and the pirates in Limsa are bold enough to kidnap people in broad daylight.
Yeah, my father is a good man, and he will do what he can to protect you.
Ia looks downcast, the light leaving her eyes. She says, I've seen worse from others, for worse reasons. You've shown me that I can be strong, though. I can protect myself while I travel with you. Azir just kind of brings his hands around her shoulders and gives her a little squeeze and says, Ia, I know that you can be very strong when you need to be. And I know that you are good in a fight when you need to be as well. I can't force you to do anything. I don't want you to get involved with something that honestly has nothing to do with you. Frankly, he looks at Works and he looks at Rowan, and then he looks back at Kato and Fionn and Yedrin. If it was up to me, the only people who would be doing anything about this would be myself and Dekwa. But I've never been the man to tell anybody no. Only to deliver punishment afterwards. Leah raises her head to look Azir in the eyes. She says, I want to fight by your side. I want to support you in your mission. He just sighs. He says, very well. If that's your desire, so be it. Just... He looks at Rowan. Then he looks at Works. And he looks especially at Works during this as he says it. I want you to be aware that the things that you might see during this could be far worse than anything you've experienced yet. She says, I'm ready to accept that. And he just nods and pats her shoulder and then sips his cup of coffee.
I didn't expect it to be a cakewalk, so I'm prepared. Thanks.
He looks down at Rowan and he gives a long sigh. He says, Miss Darksbane, he's quiet about this, so it's only you, Works, and Ia that can hear it from this distance, since everyone else is back in the cave. He says, I hope you're ready to learn things about my half-brother and Dakwa that you probably never wanted to know and never thought they would be capable of.
Well, considering her position in the Adders, I'm pretty sure you're not. Could be a little incredulous of Tart only because of her own temperament, but which is not saying anything bad. Her temperament always being joyful and trying to be happy, and then just very emotional and wanting to be protective. So I wouldn't be too entirely surprised.
He brings his hand down and offers it to you to help you up to your feet.
I take his hand.
He squeezes your hand, and it's not as bad as Halicent, because there's a lot of control there, but as you do, you feel just how strong this individual is. And even despite this overwhelming strength and what you saw him do, you can feel that his hand is trembling slightly as he helps you up. He says, that makes one of us. At that point, he just takes a very long, deep breath, finishes up his coffee, then looks back out to the rest and says, we leave as soon as you're all ready.
Dak makes sure everything is in her bags. She drains her coffee cup, puts it away.
Yeah, you can probably finish this draining her cup, puts it away, and is more than eager to get the hell out of the step.
Understood. Calls back Fionn before she goes to pack everything up.
Rowan drops her coffee into Works' cup and casts water just to have water instead. She doesn't drink coffee.
Dak also goes to work with her birds a little bit.
How can you guys drink that stuff?
I'm just like, I like that you assume I do, considering you never see me drink coffee.
Okay, then you guys in general, what?
Azir says, it might be bitter, but it suits my personality. Additionally, caffeine has been proven by many alchemists to be highly addictive. So, consider it a near physiological need for me at this point.
I will admit, I just really like the taste.
Dak wanders out with her birds on her shoulders. Oh, that's Rowan, sorry.
Camille shoots Daquan the two fingers. Cheering you on, she says, before winking out into the aether.
With
Well, I
Camilla gone, Azir makes his way back into the cave, kind of checks on everybody to see how the packing's going. He says, lucky for you all, we happen to be relatively close to the interest of Amiya.
Fionn sips at her coffee, backpack slung over her shoulder.
Rowan looks over at work. Did we ever find out how much it was going to be to teleport back to Gridania?
I figured it wasn't gonna be cheap, but
Azir looks back at you. Probably about 1,200 gil a person.
it's actually less than I thought it'd be.
Well, say now who's teleporting and who's taking the long way.
Well, I'm...
I already say I'm going with you, Todd, for carry the part, and mostly because the airship's gonna be cheaper.
Yeah, I'm going to teleport.
Okay.
I'll teleport.
Okay.
Um,
The two of you need to take 1,200 gil out of your totals. You leave. It will be a week and 3 days before the party gets to you, at best.
Who else is teleporting?
I think it's just you two.
I was gonna say, Carlo?
No.
He's
He wants to
Taking the
ride the
airship.
airship.
Yeah,
He wants to be a passenger in the airship and not
stowaway.
Yedrin, if you want, I can pay for your transport. You are doing me a favor. If you wanted to teleport.
Well, I suppose would Carlo be able to handle the part?
Yeah, probably.
Well, I mean, you could carry the pot with you and teleport, probably.
True enough. Things I will. If you're willing, Todd, I would gladly accept that.
Alright.
Mentally, get out there faster. Just
So
mentally in bed.
is it any less to go from Kugane to Gridania?
No,
Okay.
it's basically authored wide.
Yeah, okay. So I'm gonna give Yedrin 1,200.
I don't know if you can add that to my sheet because it's gonna disappear technically.
Yep.
So
And
Jedrin-
I
what did
almost-
Jedrin do?
I think I'm gonna be accompanying to the Gagani, then I'm gonna be teleporting with the part.
Yeah.
But Todd's paying.
Yep. I almost took it out of my experience points. God damn it! Why is the money and the experience points right there?
Yeah.
Here, have my experience.
God.
Yeah. And I remember Todd's gonna want to have bag. It's probably gonna be like we get to Kagana, I get the part, and while we're in room, I just like switch the money with the hat, and it's gone in a blink. Probably at that
Probably.
point. But gonna be after we get to Kagana and stuff.
Kato is up and ready to go.
Yep.
Morris is ready.
Hello. Oh, okay, I can quick. should you just draw your call for the session now?
What?
It's call for the session. Like, do we just set it for the session, or do we set it every single day?
Well, it's the day, so. Although I don't expect us getting into combat.
Fionn goes to the back of the cave while flipping through her grimoire. Given the danger of the wildlife here, I may have to try something Han sent me.
Okay, let's see. What did we get? Ooh, the balance.
Baby damage!
So, with the Royal Road, that's +2 to damage rolls.
She calls out from the darkness. Azir, everyone, please do not be alarmed. Fionn steps out with Skull, but not quite the Skull most know.
For those that are there, I need you all to roll perception.
Oh, we've already left?
You two have left, yeah. I'm assuming I'm assuming you chatted for a minute and teleported.
I'm distracted by talking to my birds.
I wanted to say goodbye to everybody before we
well, then you're still there. Sorry. So you can go ahead and roll perception.
Woo!
So that's
I rolled a nat 1. Jeez.
Okay, hold on. My computer's going wonk.
Works for +3 to perception. I'm just incredulous that Works hasn't put like any ranks into perception.
I just don't think I did it right.
I mean, all you gotta do is put it in ranks.
I don't think I did my sheet right. I don't think I put that in correctly.
Yeah.
That's possible.
Let's see. I rolled an 11 with a nat 1.
I rolled a
Yeah. Kato got 22. Yedrin got a 32 with a nat 20. Works a 23 with a nat 20.
I'm not in this party to perceive stuff. I'm in this party to stab stuff.
Yeah.
Regardless, everyone except for everyone except for Dak. You all look, and Fionn starts to step out of the cave, and you look at her hand, you see there's a fresh bandage kind of wrapped around it. Her hand is bright red, and there's a few little drips of blood kind of falling to the floor as she steps out.
Fiona has her coral leather gloves on. Jeez.
It's a deep gash. Like it's dripping through your glove.
Ew.
Yeah.
Did she have to stab like all the way through her hand?
Regardless, if she comes out, she kind of steps off to the side a few feet.
Note to self, healing magic does not repair that, she mutters under her breath.
You all kind of notice she's rather pale, sort of anemic looking at this point. But the next thing is you hear the earth kind of shake and rattle. And you see a paw come down from inside. And the paw to the leg... What's up, Rowan?
I said she gave the puppy Miracle Grow.
The paw and leg of it that comes out rolls to about Azir's height. It's at least 6 feet high as it keeps moving. The next thing you see is this massive head, nearly the size of Yedrin, as well. 3 eyes roll back long ways across this elongated wolf-like skull, each of them blinking in bright green as it kind of gazes out in the light. You can see the familiar white fur and hardy green crystals kind of adorning this body. And as it continues to move out, almost... It's this creature that's coming out is almost 20 feet long. And it sort of looks around and opens its mouth slowly as if to yawn itself awake. Ears pinned back as its neck and body have thickened out to the muscularity of a bear, but the same odd litheness and length of a wolf. 6 legs adorn its sides. And as it comes out and continues to yawn, you look into its jowls, and you can see it has a second set of teeth right behind the first set. Each one probably about the size of a dirk or a long dagger. And as it shakes itself out, it takes a very deep sigh, and in a familiar voice says, I honestly can't believe you did this.
Dak's ears perk and goes, Skull? Ah!
Vision at this point has just really raised an eyebrow, like, huh. Oh, that's a thing.
Flops on her butt.
He's looking at Fiona. He says, while I appreciate the lengths that you're willing to go to keep me around and make me useful, he nuzzles his head against your bloodied hand.
Urgent. If you hear tippy tapping, I'm just writing on my tablet.
I understand, dear, but I really do want you by my side, Fiona says with a weak smile, stroking his muzzle with her clean hand.
His tongue lolls out, and he's getting used to his size, but doesn't realize it right now, and he goes to lick your hand of blood, and it just basically soaks your entire hand, almost pretty much up to your elbow, just kind of disappears for a second.
I promise I won't be reckless with this, knowing the cost, says Fiona.
At that point, he just looks at Fiona and says, I don't want you to ever do it again. Look at yourself, you can barely stand, dear. It's not worth it.
Fiona's smile fades and she averts her eyes guiltily. I can find magic to alleviate it.
There's a
whispers.
Low growl in his voice. Fiona! And then, in fact, he stops and he says, Amelie.
Fiona freezes. All right, dear. I'm sorry.
You brought up the big.
Emergencies only, please. Please.
Fiona nods and strokes his head. Emergencies only, she replies.
He looks up, and then he kind of lays down and looks at everybody. All right, everybody get on the Skull Express.
Deck kind of tiptoes over and just is kind of like examining Skull in his much bigger form.
Gripped by nape of neck, tosses you onto his back. Just this one quick motion, just like grabs you, rips you off the ground, and tosses you backwards.
I just wanted to look.
You are now seated very comfortably on a very, very, very soft skull.
Just wanted to
Lights down and starts petting the fur.
You basically you sink into the fur, and it's like whoosh, like you're buried up to your neck in fur.
I will accept this.
You just sort of sighs and like always interesting. And
He meanwhile is like, he's very big, and then she looks to Azir. Is that normal? No. Just no, but you learn to accept things like this.
at some point, it just starts becoming the new normal. But it's entirely how going to get your ride.
Kado's gonna climb on.
Ian meanwhile nods and walks over to Skull, not batting an eye. She gets up and mounts him, with Azir kind of walking over to her and making sure to sit directly behind her.
Deck waves to Rowan and Work. So you guys coming?
I think they're taking the faster way, they said.
Yeah, we're heading to Gridania via
Oh,
fast travel, so...
oh, okay. I was in the cave. I don't think I heard that. Okay. Kind of buries her face in the fur.
It's like it's like terry cloth.
Take care.
We will.
I hope you have fun.
We'll try.
Wish my dad luck.
Don't terrorize your parents too much, Works.
Oh, you know me.
And pet the dogs.
Don't have too much fun.
Safe
Just because you're
travel.
sciatic,
It just probably being out the skull is hell. Probably gonna try and figure out why that's good. This biology's not gonna be able to figure out where the steadiest spot's gonna be to relax the most.
Safe
It's
travels.
20 feet long. Get on the back.
Yeah.
Yep.
Safe travels then, says Fionn with a bow before climbing atop Skull last, giving him a kiss on the snout first.
And you guys be safe, and we'll see you soon.
Skull at
Don't
that
do,
point
don't,
has
don't do anything I wouldn't do.
Skull
Oh, believe
now
it.
has
You won't.
everybody on his back, and he gets up and he kind of walks over to Rowan. He pushes his nose against her face and gives her a lick. And he says, "I hope you know what you're doing."
Probably not. I kiss his muzzle.
It's at that point he brings up a paw and puts it on top of Works' head. He says, "You have a good thing. Don't mess it up."
Fionn will remember this.
I won't.
We get to Gridania, find out he got thrown out of the damn tree.
Find out he got overly excited and mega flared.
Oh my god.
Arc, all I'm thinking of is just that one scene from DBZ Abridged.
You mean the
I think
four
you know what I'm
scenes
talking
now?
about.
I mean, Not
What?
Not even the.
There's 4 scenes like that now.
No, I'm just thinking of the first one. Garlic gun fire!
Yeah, there's that one. There's the Masenko Ha. There's the Kamehameha. And now there's the Scattershot.
In my opinion, even worse than Mega Flame possibly is giving Woman's Mother a heart attack.
Back in the character.
Yeah.
Yep.
Regardless, Skull just kind of like turns around, and Rowan, you can see his tail like at the back end just kind of sways a little bit. It's not really part of his body length, but as it kind of comes out, it like brushes by the two of you. It is like feather cloud soft against your face.
So, see, we had to do this.
He broke up.
I look at Works, I'm like, we are going to miss out riding on Skull.
I'm sure there'll be other opportunities.
Possibly. With that, Rowan blinks into the Aether.
Works
Works
is
is
left
right after.
Works is left standing alone at the Asm step. It's at this point Works realizes he forgot to attune.
Oh my god, that would be so bad.
If you got to the tune anywhere and the fall actually.
He's just like
poking
looking around
now.
like Skull's already off on the horizon. It's like, wait!
Let's not keep it waiting for too long. Boop!
Alright,
Question in general.
okay.
Fiona's asking if the party discount applied.
Nope, you pay for individual. There's no piggyback.
The greedy as Hunt.
So, Rowan Works, in the meantime, I want you guys to be thinking about what you are going to be doing over the course of the next week and a half, 2 weeks. In game.
Okay.
Meanwhile, Skull is running along the step, and considering his size and strength, he's carrying the entire party with their equipment with no real issue as a light load, and is much faster than the horses. He, during this time, basically takes directions from Azir and just kind of charges over the steppe. As you start riding, though, I need everybody to roll a perception. Who's there?
And that would be a 33. $24 for Fiona, 23 for Yedrin, 28 for Azir.
Just need Kato.
Mine was being slow.
It
He
happens.
fell on the back of Skull.
25 for Kato. And then a 29.
And you probably double click because it's loading.
Ah.
It happens. As you all are kind of running along, just charging across the steppe, you all kind of like turn your heads for a second, and you can see like a number of. You're watching off in the distance, like at the horizon. You see a number of Ara basically like charging after you on horses. Like they've obviously got bows drawn, as if they're like, "Holy shit! What the hell is this monster?" It's like we have to get rid of it, but they aren't going fast enough to catch up to you to shoot you down. But you can like hear shouting in the background.
Oh, I'm glad they can't catch us.
Adrian is busy mentally flipping them the board, and they actually step the board.
Azir just kind of looks, or not Azir, but Skull looks back up. He says, "You know, I could always stop and eat them."
No. This should prove an interesting addition to the oral history of the steppes, says Fiona.
Probably not worth the indigestion. As if you would actually get indigestion.
Azir's just kind of like, at least we're not riding a dragon in Ishgard.
That's true. And no, dear, they're probably all stringy. Fiona pats his head.
And he's like, but I like game meat.
Once our home's set up, you could probably go hunt all you want around the area. I'm sure there's tastier fare back in the shroud, says Fiona.
I'm sure as well. He just kind of thinks for a moment. It'd be good to see Han again.
Fiona nods. How are we gonna get back across the Ruby Sea?
Azir says, we aren't.
We aren't?
We're going around it.
Around it?
Yes, despite what the Garleans and Domans would tell you, there is a path through the so-called Moon Gate up in Nemea.
I thought Ingashi was an island.
Sandbars, my man, sandbars.
Yeah, oh,
He's-
so
at that point, he says, all we're doing is we're going around. We're not sailing through the Ruby Sea, we're sailing through another portion of the ocean that'll take us around that particular section.
With a thought,
Ah.
Fiona draws the map of the area from her skull case and unfurls it. Dak just burrows down in the fur with her birds.
Millie's like looking at Dak and he's like, so, when are you gonna do this for me?
Later. Much later.
Scotch is like, I believe that translates to never.
I don't feel like I don't want to cut my hand. I'm sorry, you're not gonna be a giant bird. Not anytime soon. Meanwhile, everyone else is hearing her whisper nonsense to her birds.
Azir's like, Dak,
Hmm?
do we need to take you to another therapist?
No, I'm just talking to my birds. Which, of course, does not sound sane at all.
Azir just blanks. Right.
And besides, I've never been to a therapist. It's quite alright, Azir, Fiona calls back.
He's like, really? He looks at Dak and he goes, really, you've never been to a therapist?
No.
Might have to drag you to one later. It would probably help.
I don't see how, but another time. He looks around at everybody and goes, what's a therapist?
Azir just goes, someone you will be talking to in the coming months. Yeah. Essentially, they are a professional trained in dealing with people's mental issues.
I gotta be
They
right
help
back.
you get past uncertainty in your life, unpack unpleasant memories, and help you move on.
Dak is now completely in the fur.
Dak,
Back.
roll a fortitude.
I'm not gonna suffocate in there, am I?
Oh,
23, natural 20.
You do get tangled in the fur, but it's easy enough to break out. But it's basically, right now, it's acting like a bunch of seatbelts around you. You basically, like, sank down, and it's just, like, curled around you like a massive, heavy blanket.
and just because I had to be up back real quick, Yijin probably at some point joined the deck of stock mud to himself. I wonder if I should make an appointment at some point.
God, everyone needs to make a fucking appointment at some point.
Works is like, eh.
You're not there.
Works know about
I know.
it. Not there.
At that point, Azir says, so, Kato, we have a long trip ahead of us. Regale us with your daring tale of stowing away.
There's not much to say. I needed to get across the Sea of Clouds. I stowed away in a crate with couch in it and slept for a few hours across the Sea of Clouds.
Azir just kind of turns his head and looks back. You're a very boring astrologer, you know that? You have no flair for storytelling.
I was gonna say, how did you even manage to find a crate with a couch in it?
It was a furniture delivery? It was either that or in the crate full of swords.
How did you avoid being caught, though, says Fiona, or asks Fiona.
Very carefully.
Skull just turns his head back and goes, details, man!
Well, I'm assuming...
Details or I will buck you off of me!
Well, I'm assuming if he was asleep in the crate, then he probably wasn't making much noise then, but yeah, how did you even get close to the crate? Like...
Rocks, throwing rocks, making noise, distracting people. Climbing in the box while they weren't looking.
So it was an open box, not yet loaded, that you climbed into while distracting them with rocks off somewhere else.
Yes.
Skull looks back at Azir, Azir looks back at Skull, Azir then looks to Ia. And, like, Azir and Skull at the same moment, we don't believe you.
Either that or Ishkard's performance in the arena was telling and they really let themselves go.
They were more concerned about getting attacked by dragons over the Sea of Clouds than checking for stowaways.
I'm sure the dock workers just muttered about the highborn and their expensive gold-laden furniture anyhow, Fiona says. And no, the Sea of Clouds doesn't see much heretic activity.
In all honesty, I'm going to accept that the Ishgardian gods just got real lazy that day.
Not necessarily heretics, just straight up dragons.
Hazer's just like, in the Sea of Clouds.
It's next to Gervania.
I would think they'd be more concerned about Vanu Vanu.
Be it too. Think I did hear something about Sanua.
Indeed, the Dravanians don't really bother with the Sea of Clouds, says Fion.
Oh, I put my candle out and burned myself.
Why did you do it with your fingers?
I didn't. I put the cap on top of the candle holder and the metal got hot real fast.
Personally, I find it
What?
nothing. Never mind.
It's just she finds it fun to put the flame out with her fingers.
That's what I said.
I speak Rowan now.
Anyway, Skull has basically turned the way out, and you all are now on a pathway leading out of the Azim Steppe and back into Hingashi. So, you suddenly hear Skull speak up again. He goes, "So, Dak, because I'm doing this, and, letting you all ride on me like I'm a beast of burden, I have a request."
Sure.
I'm gonna need your hat for the airship ride.
Oh, yes. She, taps her head for a second. Yedrin actually has it, so...
Oh, I know.
We could trade off before Yedrin teleports.
Just give it to Fion.
I am actually really glad I bought that now. Even though it was mostly for fun. I'm sure that can be... Fiona trails off before looking at Skull with flushed cheeks. Skull!
He looks back up. You owe me.
Yeah, Jin's just mentally cackling because, yeah.
Wah, chicka, wah, wah.
Jack kind of looks for a second and then her cheeks go red. Oh, I didn't even... she didn't even think of that. I suppose I do, yes, she confesses. Or Fiona confesses.
It's besides, I get a week to pamper you. And take care of your hurts.
Jack quietly mutters to herself, maybe I should just give them the hat.
No. Channel possession second, yeah, I guess I actually wanted to make a comment for this, but that's the perfect opening.
I mean, whatever, man.
I'm guessing that's enough to hear her more of that, and Adrian's gonna probably lean somewhere close to Todd and just sort of whisper, "You might need to after this."
She reaches back and starts batting at Yedrin. Fiona's cheeks brighten further. Yes, she stammers before whispering back to Dak. Don't worry, I will prestidigitate it before returning it to you.
Oh god.
Skull just very slowly turns his head back to Fiona, then looks at Yedrin after her comment and says, "I will sick my father on you."
Dak just covers her face with a hand, just oh my god.
Yeah, Adrian's just gonna be chuckling because Fiona actually took it the extra mile.
It's at this point, Yedrin, however, because you did roll a perception, you realize that upon entering into Nemea, you all find yourselves traveling across this aether crystal studded landscape. Clear crystals are everywhere. They in some places they're glowing slightly orange. Giant spires of rock kind of travel in all directions, and you see hordes and hordes and hordes of unclothed Namazu just hanging all over the place. And as you look around, you can see a waterfall kind of dropping down over in the distance. And then it rolls down into what look like a number of rice paddies. You see that each little section of water, as it rolls down, turns a different color, starting with red and rolling all the way down all the colors of the rainbow until it spreads out in this mile and miles long area.
What going down from laughing part is, well, this is actually pretty good scenery.
Just as you comment about that, like a Namazu off to the side, like jumps off, and all you see is Azir's hand just come out, grab it, and there's this whoosh as the skull just crushes and he tosses it to the ground.
Oh,
They're quite insane.
I don't know.
I see.
I don't doubt you. Thinks herself, is there technically same Namazu?
He, meanwhile, doesn't flinch, and she says, "Is that effect of the land? It's actually the effect of the Aether gone mad in the area. The Namazu have lingered over long and drank deeply of the Aether-poisoned waters. It, in turn, has rotted their brains. Now they're little more than animalistic savages looking for their next bit of prey. And being as they're catfish, they can eat anything."
That somewhat ruins the scenery then.
You don't have to worry much about the small ones. It's the big ones that are problematic.
I've barely seen any of them. How big do they get?
He looks at you and kind of like sizes up a minute. They get as big as me.
Oh.
Wait, Namazu as big as you?
Yes.
The little catfish dudes.
Yes.
I guess if they eat
That's
enough-
horrifying.
That is.
He looks at Kato and he's like, "I believe I've seen one bigger than you before."
So
That's even more horrifying!
'Cause They
What's that?
They
Oh.
grow the more they age and the more they eat. Typically, the they typically, when they have their minds, don't get much bigger than Lalafell. Meanwhile, Ia looks out into the distance coldly and she says, "Beauty, he's scarcely the same beneath the surface." At which point Azir just kind of like tucks an arm around her and like pulls her in against his chest and kind of pats her head. He's like, "While awkwardly stated, I understand your sentiment." Yeah, meanwhile, twitches. Actually, Dak, would you read it? Because,
Yes.
yeah.
It twitches an ear. Sorry, I am not good with words.
Azir just leans over and whispers to her. Skull, meanwhile, is like looking back at everyone and says, "So, what'd I miss?"
This is one of my brothers, and you missed quite a lot, honestly.
Did he really though?
Missed all of Brother Hans. Kind of third clenched teeth.
Oh yeah, he wasn't there for that. But I would have thought you would have explained that to him on the boat ride to Kigane.
Yeah, it's true. They got to eat a mammoth.
You ate a mammoth without me?
I have some bones. I can make a nice broth.
It'll do.
I know it's not the same. Pets. Got to camp out twice under the stars and the steps. My apologies, dear. I wasn't able to summon you when we set out that day. There were Zayla everywhere. Fionn shoots a side glance at Kato.
Deck. Roll a perception while it's going on.
30, nat 20.
Yeah, Drew,
Wow.
you can roll one as well.
35, technically, but still. Yes, smiles thinly to Azir before nodding.
Okay. Dak, you hear this with your astute Lalafell ears.
Wiggle.
You hear what Azir whispered to Ia, and you hear says, "Don't worry, we all have different talents. I'm not good with words either. But I want to help you be all you want to be. Maybe we'll get you an education when we return."
Aw, that's super sweet. Doesn't actually say that, just thinks it.
Skull, meanwhile, goes, looks back. You can kind of see that he's rolled his back eyes to basically watch you all while the other four are ahead. And he goes, "Fionn, what did Kato do?" Or rather, Kato, what did you do?
What?
That got us surrounded by Zayla.
They were friendly.
What did you do, though?
Skull's like, "Kato, I am giving you one chance to tell your side of the story. One. And then I'm getting the belt."
I fell asleep on watch because Rowan left me on watch and she should have known better.
Skull stops moving. Just then very slowly sits down.
Clings to his furs.
Kato.
Yes.
Do you have any other reasons why you fell asleep on watch duty?
Because the stars said it would be fine.
Skull is now looking intently at Fionn.
Grips onto the fur. Tightly.
Oh, just seeing Skull going, okay, that's enough. Just whip.
Azir's not saying a word. He's sitting parallel, his legs locked around Skull. He's just
Not my circus, not my monkeys.
no, he's just kind of I fits, I sits.
Yep.
I'm surprised he wouldn't be upset because the way he may have possibly put his baby sister in jeopardy.
To be fair, he doesn't really care about said baby sister. I'm no expert on astrology, but I suppose he was right in the end, says Fiona thoughtfully. It certainly left us unable to perform our morning preparation.
Skull very quietly pauses for a second and goes, Kato, how often do you do these star readings? And how often are they correct? Kato? Skull asked you a question.
What did he ask?
He asked you how often do you do your star readings, and how often are they right?
Read them every night, and they're 90% accurate.
Skull like rises up a little bit and he goes, I'm going to cut off one of your fingers when we get back to Gridania. That way you'll have 90% of your fingers.
Just remember, I have a very big hammer, and your balls are on the outside.
I currently have a mouth big enough to eat you.
Mm-hmm.
Also, I'm pretty sure that if you if you did that, I think the one behind me would have many words. Skull looks back at Fionn. I was more teasing him just to scare him for the rest of the ride, but as you wish.
Sorry about that, I needed a drink.
All you missed was Skull being threatening and Carlo trying to be threatening.
Oh my. Sad I missed that.
The Skull gets up and he's like starting to move again. Though he does call back at the very end. He says, Kato, by the way, you're forgetting. Mine grow back every time I get summoned.
And my hammer doesn't go away, so...
Azir at this point has face palmed.
Fionn sizes the jabbing between the two. If you insist, she says. But Kato, for the future, please at least wake one of us up if someone puts you on night watch.
Okay.
I have to agree, I would much rather have someone else making sure that we're being watched.
I mean, the least you could have done was wake someone up to keep the fire going.
I mean, I would have taken another watch if you didn't want to do it.
Well, we do have the fire bird.
Scotch just like screeches and Dak understands it as it's like Bitch, that's not my job!
Damn it.
Sorry, I couldn't resist. Yes, I know it's not your job. You could have made a very nice nest in the fire, though. Ia says, say, didn't Camilla do the whole wash last night?
No. She went to sleep because I put the barrier up.
There was a barrier?
Azir taps his shoulder.
I don't remember a thing from last night. Well, I remember bits and pieces, but it's all a little fuzzy. Oh, right, Ia says, poking her fingers together. What about the night before that, though? And the others?
Azir kind of takes a long sigh. Camilla and I took turns, for the most part. Or the Dothral did. I really hate bargaining with the Dothral.
We didn't really get to speak to any of the, Ara at the steps. I mean, we met the... What were they called?
Castillo.
Castir? They weren't much for conversation. Ia nods and gently pats Azir's hand with her own.
Azir very calmly says, you're not missing much. The Dothral are masochistic idiots. The Orinir are deluded bastards. And the rest of them typically aren't much better. Ol and Questir are nice enough. The rest of them, you're better off avoiding them.
Duly noted. I don't know when the next time I'll be in the steppes, but duly noted.
Make sure you avoid the lands close to the burn, especially.
The burn?
Do you not know about the burn?
I barely know anything about Othard? Or...
It's a very, very large section of desert caused from ethereal draining from over-summoning of primals.
Oh no.
The
Covers her mouth.
Sand there is jet white.
Oh no.
Not jet white. Alabaster white. And stretches from what most people can say all the way to Garlemald.
I can only imagine how the spirits are feeling there, if they're even there.
Well, the reason I was telling you to avoid it, well, you gave me 2 reasons. Second is, close to that area is a tribe of nudists, Ara, that
See Cotton perk up.
that paint themselves with a reflective material to keep the heat of the sun off themselves.
Keep this a secret from the rest of the family.
I would if I could.
Night, hon. Oh, sorry.
It's fine. Fiona, you...
They know this year?
Azir just kind of goes, it's only a matter of time.
True that.
If they don't already know.
I was gonna do it when she said, but when Tots said doesn't know when they're gonna go back to the Asp step, he should probably bought it. Hopefully never.
Azir just looks at Yedrin, shakes his head, scolds like, you all have a lot of secrets.
Oh, yes, we do. A lot.
I would explain myself to them on that one.
I kinda don't care.
Hmm?
Skull says, like, through a very long yawn. At that point, you've basically... You're running up at this point. You can see the moon gate coming up, and you see Azir just kind of like get up off the back and looks over at Kato and Yedrin. He goes, I need you two to hold me over the side of him.
Wait, what? Why?
Just grab him!
This guy assume it's important. Gonna follow us.
Hesitantly does so.
Miss Eliswa,
Yes.
I'm gonna need you to fire your strongest spell right, and he like points ahead, and you see there's like a few cracks in the wall right there.
Dak just braces. Fionn blanches, grabs her grimoire, and starts flipping through it rapidly.
Have you two taken a hold of Azir?
Yes.
Yep.
I need you both to roll a strength check.
Ah. You know this could turn out real bad because strength's not a proper modifier, right?
Yes, but it's a strength check for this one.
And roll 20.
20.
There we go. Okay.
Kato being Kato. Kind of... Yedrin's like got Azir like in a proper hold and is like clutching him off to the side as he gets ready. Kato's got like a lazy one-arm hold around the nape of his neck. And Azir's like looking back at him like, you asshole. Meanwhile, you all, Dak, because you're the only person not currently occupied, roll a perception.
Alrighty. 19. Actually,
You kind of lean
24.
over and you can see that the interior of Skull's mouth has started, like, all light has disappeared from it, and it's, like, basically radiating this darkness out of it.
oh dear. I lack Rowan's sheer might, but here goes. Fionn flips to a page, throws her hand back as the Aether gathers before her with a fiery red hue.
Azir, meanwhile, has, like, brought his sword out, and it's got the same gleam that Skull's mouth has, and he goes, I wouldn't worry too much about it, Miss Eliswa. I think at this point, you're more an augmentation of what Skull and I are about to do.
She nods and still focuses her magic, filling the roiling energy with yet more power before firing nonetheless.
I mean, you're shooting at a wall. I will let you take the damage that you rolled on the first one instead, if you prefer.
I think she's doing multiple ways because of extra caster levels.
Ah. So you're basically...
They're totaled.
So 29. Gotcha. Fionn, you bring your hand forward, and as you're holding it out, you see this swirling beam of light come out, and it just jolts forward, and there's a boom, boom against the brick. As you can see, it's kind of brought it down. And the next thing you see Skull bring his head back, and this bolt of dark energy just comes out of him in a much larger beam directly ahead. Soon it's forming this cone of dark cold that instantly cools the superheated wall, kind of freezing it over before Azir swings his sword down, and this black miasma just emerges out of his blade, jolts forward, and hits the frozen portion, and a section of wall probably about 50 feet wide just crumbles in front of you. And Skull just darts through it and books it as you start hearing Garleans shout in the distance. Okay, lift me back up!
Is gonna comply.
At that point, you just hear Azir spit inside. Ifrit's fucking fiery piss! We've got company!
Oh, great.
Well, this was sure one way to run on a border.
This is going to be bad for the Armistans if they notice it's Eorzeans.
At that point, Skull looks back at everyone and goes, Fionn, Ameline, dearest.
Yes?
May I borrow your Aether?
She nods and reaches out a hand, resting it atop Skull's head and channeling her Aether.
He says, I apologize. This is going to hurt you. At that point, Azir's up back on his back. Yedrin, Dak, Kato, I need you to roll perception. At that point, Azir just like has brought and starts like basically like clutches ear around himself, like making himself a shield around her.
29. 28 for Kato. 21 for
21 for
Yedrin.
me.
At that point,
Ia blinks before offering to channel her Aether to lessen the burden.
Azir like grabs her hand, like brings it up to his chest, and is shaking his head. Fionn, as you start channeling your Aether, Skull's eyes turn black. Dak, Kato, Yedrin, you all start to notice this. Fionn, meanwhile, your body gives a faint convulsion as Skull begins to eat your Aether. Bit by bit, he consumes all of your available spell slots for the day. And then he burns each and every single one of your arcane points. And when
Ia nods
everything...
quietly, settles back in Azir's arms. Sorry.
Fionn bites her lip and shivers as the magic is divested from her. And when it's all gone, you hear Skull open his mouth. Begone, all lights of creation! For I am Skull, the devourer of the sun, and all shall be darkness before me! And you look up, and Dak, Kato, Yedrin, You see this shadow of Skull's mouth come up in the air, and it draws up, and all light disappears from the world as he devours the sun in front of you. It is absolute darkness.
God dang it, I kind of needed that.
At least for the area that you're in. Soon, the only light you can see comes from Skull's eyes as they shift. And you can see the set of green in the center, or rather, at the front, has turned yellow. The backs are Scalia, all the way to Iris, are this electric blue. And the center have grown wide and are gleaming red. And he just keeps running and moving. You hear the sound of Garlean and Doman panic from the background. You hear them screaming about being blind. You hear many of them shriek about their sensors not working, about being unable to read anything, to see anything. And an hour passes in total darkness, then 2, then 3. And then finally Skull stops moving, and he opens his mouth, and this ball of light comes out. And the sun is sitting where it should be currently in the sky. Light is back. And he just slowly just crumples to the ground in front of a dock.
Fion pants weakly and sinks into Skull's fur. What was that?
You just find so far has like her head in her hand, one of her hands is like, that was a thing.
Skull just kind of looks up and goes, just the memory of what was. An illusion. Nothing more.
Would it be bad to say that I'm glad I'd never met you before this?
Some offense taken.
Some offense, but... Oh, that's scary. I'm glad you're on our side. You did wonderfully, dear, utters Fion weakly, breathlessly.
Skull
Really?
looks back, shakes his head. Thank you for your sacrifice. As for that deck, as I said, it's nothing more than illusion. I'm sure one of you could dispel it if you wanted to.
Either which way, it was quite a sight.
What little we could see.
You know,
Are you
or
in feel?
lack of sight.
Are you in feeling okay?
I need to rest. I'm sure Fiona does as well. Thankfully, we're near enough to a dock.
Love is nothing without sacrifice, says Fion. Dex just holding on to Fion, making sure she's not going to fall off.
Skull starts to desummon and he goes, we'll talk about that later, Ameline.
Agent's probably getting on his back, basically summoning. You're just probably gonna move to make sure Tart and Fion don't just fall to 6 feet or whatever.
Fion nods weakly before slumping against Stikwa, out cold.
Oh, whatever.
I got you, don't worry.
Azir walks over and goes, I got her. Picks her up in the fireman carry.
Mm-hmm. Thank you, Azir.
He just looks down, looks at you and goes, you know how to pick them.
I wouldn't say I picked them.
Let's get on the boat and get to Kugane and get on the airship before nightfall.
That sounds like a plan to me. I did have one more stop, but I can do that on my own. Well,
And then he stops for a second and goes, oh wait, and turns around and grabs Yetrin's horn and pulls the hat of disguise off of her.
Oh. He nods gently after glancing between Azir and Skull. Be careful, you might yank her horn off.
I think this one deserves to wake up with a reward. How's that?
So you could have had Yendra and just take it off.
The feeling she wouldn't have acquiesced.
That's true. Well, Yedrin, it'll just be a short trip into Kagane. I'm sure it'll be fine.
It's just, you know, like, moving on. Yes, I'm sure it'll be fine.
Can't imagine how loud that would have been.
He's just like, I can show you how loud it would have been.
No.
Wait, what?
Just how loud getting something like ripped off the horn.
Oh.
Since their horns are their
Our
ears.
Yeah. Ia gently pats Yedrin on the shoulder. Yedrin, I need you to come with me to the blacksmith when we get to Kagane.
At that point, Azir has already gotten on the boat and he's basically paid for passage for everybody.
Dak climbs in.
Agent.
You see the ship, the dockhand just like looking at you all like wide-eyed, like, what the hell?
Kami! Yeah.
Roll a bluff!
Agent all
21!
You see him go,
Ia
Right.
speaks of Kami.
alright, Kami.
Agent all like,
Like he very slowly, like, you see him like pull out a cross, he like pulls it off his head and just throws it into the water.
yeah. The agent's probably just gonna agree with Todd about going with her to the blacksmith while rubbing her horn head because, ow, still.
For the sake of expediency, to get this rolling, you all arrive back in Kugane right around nightfall. Gedrin, Dak, you end up back at the blacksmith. Kato, Azir, Fiona, and Ia go ahead and go to the airship. Or rather, Azir carries Fiona to the airship.
Okay, so I'm gonna try and find the blacksmith and inquire about his apprentices.
You can see they're still open when you
Okay.
arrive. The blacksmith is currently once more fanning a kiln.
Hello?
Oh. Good evening. How can we help you?
I came back to inquire about your apprentices. Apprentices. I can talk, I swear.
He goes, "Oh, right. Well, welcome back. Is there a particular one you wish to employ?" And then he looks down, and you can see he's just kind of. It's obvious he's kind of bleary-eyed.
Oh, I would like you, which ones are best at, say, armor and weaponry?
And flipping through my notes. Where are you, armor notes?
Also, I was gonna say, I'm pretty sure Dak doesn't know about Yedrin's special eyes.
No, I don't think anybody knows about them yet.
No, but she does. She does favor Yedrin's sense of. I guess I want to say sense of wealth
Business
and
acumen.
business. Yeah.
Okay, I think I found it. There's that. Okay, he says, you want somebody that's good at armor?
Yes. It would be good to have someone to repair our equipment if needed.
Well, if you like Dolmen goods, Goraboro would be best. However, Oketsu is researching different techniques of metal refinement. He could possibly craft you better materials to make armor out of.
I don't know, we could probably house both of them.
Akira, meanwhile, is, well, doing construction.
We could use construction. What do you think, Yedrin? Should we take all three of them?
What would the exact terms of this deal, anyways, thought? Don't think I was there for that discussion.
That's true. If I remember correctly, basically wanted to give them a chance for their own place, and the wording was odd.
Do you need me to remind you?
Yes, please.
Essentially, you would pay to have them on retainer, essentially.
How much would I have to
Then you
pay?
would house them. And otherwise, they would set up a shop and provide services to you at a reduced cost while training and building up their own skill sets.
Okay, so
Each
question
one would run about 3,000 gil
Ooh.
to hire out.
and how much space will a good smithy or workshop for one of them cost?
It could all probably work at the same spot.
Well, yes, it's true. They could all work at the same spot, though if you spread them out, they could work better and faster, and likely do their own research. Your average smithy needs about 1,000 square feet to...
If I remember
Work
right, we
a
do have more
workshop.
than enough.
And then, obviously, they need a place to sleep.
This is going to get expensive really quick.
Just let me dig out my notes here. Here's my notes. Okay, so housing given in the own workshop would be 2,000 each. It'll cost 3,000 just to hire them, so each one would be about 5,000 each after that. And then housing them, if we did have to make their own separate cottage or house, or we would have to add a second floor to the workshop so they can sleep and work in the same place, which would cost.
Meanwhile, Dax is here with her hands kind of steepled, like, this is why I keep Yendrin around.
I think it will cost, I would say, anywhere from 6,000 to 7,000 per one of them to hire them, house them, and give them their own workshop.
Well then, I think I can only really afford to take one if I wanted to keep travel funds.
At that point, the guy's like scratching the back of his head, and he goes, "The Aetheryte is always here if you change your minds."
This is true. Out of character, I don't know, which one sounds best?
Out of character, it really depends. The construction worker would be good for like getting a place set up and like maintaining the place, but he's not gonna necessarily pull in awfully much money otherwise, and that's about all he's gonna be for.
I'm gonna let you guys discuss this for a second, because I gotta use the bathroom.
Yeah, okay, so for our character now, construction worker is good for maintaining the bridge and the buildings, as well as putting up any new additions we would need. But he's not going to be able to pull in much money, and that's about all we're going to get of him. The materials guy could end up paying off, depending on how skilled he is, and giving us access to higher tiers of material, raw materials, and helping cut the cost on any like custom armor. Well, meanwhile, the actual smith specializes mostly in dome stuff, but he's able to learn other stuff and wants to, and that will just mostly decrease the cost of us getting like actual armor and weapons.
I almost wonder if we should ask Ark if like the construction guy will like make it so that we get cheaper constructions, but. Oh, hi, you're back.
Yes.
I was almost wondering, it's like, hey, with the construction guy, does that mean we can build things at cheaper cost?
Potentially.
And honestly, it's mostly, do we want someone who's gonna basically be able to handle maintenance for us, or do we want people who might be able to pull money into the area and lessen the cost for equipment or like special materials?
I could basically afford to take 2 of them, and still would leave me a decent chunk of change. I'm tempted to take Oketsu, the material one, and the... I can't remember the other one, but the... armor and weapon dude.
Having them work together, so to speak.
Yeah.
Well, it's mostly down to your money and up to you, Todd. I can lay down the cost, I can lay down the options.
Well, you said basically somewhere between 5 to 7k for each
6 to
of them.
7k for each of them, depending on how big of a house. Yeah.
I can afford that.
And that would be hiring them, giving them their own workspace and their own housing.
Yeah. Then I would go with Oketsu and the armor weapon person.
Oketsu and Gorboro.
Yeah.
He said, he's basically like, okay, well, that would be 6,000 to take both of them off my hands right now.
Done. And she roots around and takes 6,000 out.
He kind of calls it, Oketsu! Goroporo! And at that point, a very average looking Doman male comes out with a top knot, like currently wearing a face mask. It looks like a little welder's torch. And a portly, black-haired teenage male, slightly breaking out across his face, kind of waddles out, and they're like, "Yes." They look over. He look over and he points to Dak. He says, "This is your new employer. Get out."
Harsh.
Very harsh.
They like look at him and they're like, but she is going to help you set up your own workshops where you'll be able to experiment at your leisure. And it says, "Do not worry, you are welcome back anytime. But for now, I believe it is time to gain experience elsewhere."
Now get up. Well, if you'll follow me, we are going to take an airship back to Gridania.
They just kind of like look at each other and they like turn around. Their heads kind of hung a little bit as they like start packing bags.
Oh.
Just for the hell of it, I am gonna excite them closely just to using my new thing if possible, just to get an idea of whether or not.
We're gonna use your gilded eye.
Yep.
Roll perception for each one. Okay, you look at Oketsu first, who's the portly one, and you kind of focus for a moment, and as you do so, your eye dilates, and you kind of see this like slight aura build around him, rise up, and then it floats up over his head, and numbers start forming. And very slowly it begins to roll, and then a number shows up beneath him, and it's like 3,000 gil is what you see on the bottom, which you immediately like get a translation. It's like that's what he's currently worth. And the top just sort of like rolls for a moment, and then it's got in the center it has a 0, which is like minimum worth, and then over the top it's like several million gil, which it shows you like maximum potential. Meanwhile, as you're looking at Goroboro, it does the same thing. It says like current value 3,000 gil, minimum value 12,000, and then it says maximum value 565,000 gil.
Just sort of like thinks to self.
Then all of a sudden you just see tildes appear next to their names, and it's like estimated.
Just thinks to self, well, one, good to know how that works, and two, seems like this will possibly pay off in the future. So it's not going to waste much fuss or thought about it at this point.
Dak will like lead them off towards the airship thing, but ask Yedrin to go pick up her pod.
Yeah, Yedrin's gonna go do that. Just like, okay, that's mostly just a wonder if this is could pay off in the long run, or if it's gonna just be a cost with no payoff. But yeah, that's answered.
Alright, Yedrin, you go get the pot. Dak and the blacksmiths all board the airship at this point, and they take off. Rowan and Works, what did you do during that day when you arrived in Gridania?
Rowan. I think the first thing we're gonna do is go. Yeah, but no, he's asking for the first day.
Oh, the first day?
Mhm.
Yeah.
We just crashed at the inn before going to see Mom and Dad.
So they wouldn't let us stay there?
No, it was late. I didn't want to go bother them, so we went to the canopy.
Alright. Well, I will say, for the sake of, again, sort of getting the show on the road, Rowan works. You go and talk to Ronan. You arrive back at the manor. Coming up, there's maybe 100 feet before you get to the gate right now.
Oh, so this is our conversation
With your parent. You haven't gotten into the place yet. It's just you and Works about 100 feet from the gate.
I turn around and I look at Works. I'm like, please. Let's try to keep the sarcasm to a minimum so Daddy doesn't kill you.
Don't worry, I'll be on my best behavior.
Okay. Okay. So we'll start heading toward the gate.
Okay. Let's see here if I can
In
find
fact,
it.
you should by now. I make a horrible first impression, but second and third impressions are usually where I'm at my better.
Okay. I'm gonna hold that. Otherwise, I might not be able to save your ass.
I'm sure your dad's gonna throw me up the second, the second you tell him we're dating.
Pretty much.
Eh.
Okay. Are we ready to do this?
Yeah, let's go.
Alright, let's go. So we walk up to the gate.
A host of dogs start running up, just barking. As you approach, you arrive. The gate is currently locked. There doesn't seem to be anyone outside to let you in at the moment.
Well, that's it.
No one.
You both broke up.
I guess Rowan said that's interesting, and I said what? No one home?
It doesn't appear that way, and yeah.
Well, as the dogs continue to bark, you suddenly hear Ronan's voice go, "By the bloody fucking elementals! How many times do I have to tell you mutts not to bark at people walking by?" At that point, he walks outside, just throwing dog treats around. Then he stops and he sees you and he looks at Works. And he starts backing up a little and he goes, "Where's the rest of them?"
They'll be here in a few days. We decided to get a few days head start, so we took the quick route of teleportation.
You are muted, Ron. Ron?
Did you put herself on push to talk?
Oh,
She's
she's
muted.
muted. Maybe puppy attack or
Child aggro.
probably. That's awkward.
Yep. Well, as Rowan blips out, Ronan's like looking at her and then like looks at Works and goes, "Okay. Well, may as well let you in for the time being." He like calms the dogs down a little bit, kind of hushes them up, waves them down. There we go. Rowan's not muted anymore.
Sorry. What'd I miss?
Ronan asked where the rest of the party was.
Oh. I'm assuming Works answered.
Yeah.
Yeah, and he's opening the gate at this point.
Okay.
Yeah, he lets you and Works in. He's just like a little incredulous, like, where's the Rogadin?
Don't worry, he's not here, Daddy. It's just me and Work.
Like slowly closes the gate, and, like looks at Works. And he like leans over to Rowan. He says, "If that's the Rogadin in disguise, hold up 2 fingers and I will throw him out right now."
So mean.
You know better than to lie to you. No, that's Works. It's not the idiot Kato. He's in Doma still. Oh, I'm so mad at him.
You went to Doma?
Yes,
Oh,
we
then.
have some tales to tell you.
Can I be honest, Rowan?
Yes, Daddy.
I kinda don't want to hear them. I worry enough as is. I don't need to know what you did halfway across the star.
I could tell you about
About what?
I said I could tell you about our time in Aberneus. The rest of this stuff I won't tell you, but I can tell you about Aberneus.
He's just gonna stop. He's like, I heard about Aperneus.
What did you hear?
Like, holds up a newspaper.
Oh.
Like, points to the readout of, like, Agents of Mayhem nearly sweep, Aperneus Grand Festival Tournament.
Yeah,
You what?
I told him that I came in second in the Mage's battle, and I apologized.
Nothing to be sorry about. It was impressive, if on the nose.
We had a giant dragon appear in flames. Dragons was pretty sweet.
On the nose, yes.
So, Daddy.
He's like leading you back inside at this point. And he's like, open the door, and he like stops one more time, and he's like, if the Rogadin is here, tell me now. He is not welcome in this house.
What did I do?
You ate him at a house home.
No, I had like 13 gil of stuff, if I remember correctly.
Because he was nice and didn't overcharge you. Daddy, I promise you that the Rogadin is not here. We took the Aetherite and teleported back here. They're taking an airship back from Doma. He won't be in Gridania for at least a week and a half.
He just like looks around. Roll diplomacy.
I'm not lying, Daddy.
Kato, you've traumatized her father.
I did nothing!
He's like, okay.
I rolled a 17.
He's like, okay, baby, I believe you. He's just like
Wow.
very calmly like lets you in.
So rude.
just chuckle. Daddy. No, never mind. He is that bad.
At that point, he like sits down at the table. You can see Rowan's mother is way over in a corner. She appears to be knitting something currently. A little pale, but better than last time.
Rowan's going to head off toward mommy and leave Works and daddy and curl up around her mom's feet and see what she's knitting. Just like she didn't.
By the looks of it, looks like she's knitting little baby booties.
Who's having a baby, Mom?
She just looks up and goes, "Oh, hello, Rowan.
Hi, Mom.
Nobody yet, but I figured I may as well make something for when you have one someday."
Rowan chokes. Okay. I guess it's good to be prepared. Here, I thought one of the retainers might have been with child.
No. Though they're certainly welcome to them. I'm making plenty.
How are you feeling today, Mother?
Me.
Tired as always, but more energetic than usual.
Has anybody been to see you lately?
That nice doctor, Dr. Bainsbrush. He comes and visits me almost every other day. He's a very sweet man. I wish he lived closer. It seems he's in an awful lot of pain every time he comes and visit, hobbling on that broken leg and all.
Yeah. Has he able to?
If you're asking if he's been able to diagnose or treat me, he has many theories about what's wrong, but nothing concrete yet. Sadly, as he tells it, without all of his old research notes and concurring opinions, he has no way to know exactly what's wrong. But he has tested a number of policies and potions. Some of them make me feel much better. Most don't do much. But he says every failure is just a step towards a cure.
Why have you been able to? Some.
You broke up really bad.
Yeah, sorry. I also have a baby half asleep on my lap. I'm glad he's been able to offer you some comfort, Mother.
She just nods and is like, well, I thank you for bringing him to us. He's made this experience much more comfortable.
Is there anything that you need while I'm here, Mother?
Just to know that you're healthy and happy.
Yeah. I'm healthy. I'm mostly happy.
She just smiles and leans over and says, "And don't let your father fool you. He actually thinks your Rogan and friend is hilarious."
Yeah, well, I'm not too thrilled with my Rogan friend lately.
She giggles and goes, he was just surprised with how much he ate and thought it was funny the way he reacted.
Well, I guess he's a big guy. And I say that very sarcastically with a weird look on my face, like, oh.
She just kind of giggles a little bit. And says, "Don't mind me, I think I'm going to doze for a bit."
Do you need help getting up?
No, I think I'm actually going to doze in the chair, if that's alright. It's right in a good spot of sunlight, it's warm, and I'm already comfortable.
Would you like a blanket, Mother?
You note that she's already, like, covered in a quilt.
Okay, would you like another blanket, Mother?
No, thank you, dear.
I will let you go rest, and I will save Works from Daddy.
When you walk over, Works and Ronan are currently in a discussion about the better type of scotch. Whether it is Ishgardian or Vorillian scotch that's better. Ronan is firmly in the camp that Vorillian scotch is the way to go. Served neat, no accoutrements.
Yeah, but Ishgardian scotch goes with so much more.
Yes, but you cannot replace that fine texture and the smooth way it rolls down the throat. That easy burn that comes with it.
Easy burn. At least Ishgardian scotch, makes you feel warm inside. I mean,
Okay.
He like looks at you and he's like,
You're okay.
"Are you?" He's like looks at you like funny at that, and he's like, "Why would I want a drink to warm me up inside? If I was trying to warm up in Ishgard, I would want vast quantities of ale, particularly the spiced kind."
but scotch sometimes has that. Just when ale isn't enough for you, when you've had that day, it's just like you just hit F it.
Rodden looks at you. Just like kind of like raises an eyebrow.
Drops your. Just the letter.
I'm sorry, what?
I'm just happy that Works didn't say the whole word and only the letter.
At that point, he's just looking at Rowan. He just goes, "Well, it's good to have you home. Are you staying long, or can we expect you to be here for a week or two and then be gone again?"
Well, we're waiting for our companions. It's going to take them about a week and a half, so we'll definitely be here for at least that long. And then I believe our next trip is going to be to head off to Limsa.
He just kind of nods. "Well, I hope it's a safe journey. And that you're not getting yourself mixed up in anything too absurd."
Well, I would love to say absolutely not, but who knows what happens.
Little mini Bahamut, like, coming around, works his shoulder, is like, "I think you need to relax."
Not now.
Not now. Don't bring the dragon weed out in front of her dad.
Do I see the little mini Bahamut?
Nope.
Okay.
No one but Works can see it or hear it.
Oh, great. Fucking Bahamut's a great kazoo for me. Perfect. Next he's gonna call me Dum Dum.
This is like, at this point, he's like sitting in your hair. Just kind of like stretching his wings slightly. Do you want a what, Rowan?
I said, damn it all, I want a pet now.
Bahamut's like, I'm not a pet. This is a meat puppet. Like, pulls up, like, makes Works dance.
Why? Why you do?
If anything, Works is the pet in this situation.
Pretty much. So I look at my father and I ask how Marcel's been working out.
He's been doing rather well. He works very hard. Very long hours. I have to send that boy home most days. A lot of times I'm afraid he'd work himself to death if he could.
Well, last time I saw him, I thought he pretty much worked himself up into a serious case of exhaustion.
Well, it's only natural. The poor boy has lost much in the last few years. He has to take care of his brother.
Rowan just sighs. And she looks sad.
Ronan's looking at her and he's like, it's nothing you did.
If I hadn't hurt him much, maybe he wouldn't be struggling this much now to take care of his brother.
I don't think that's the reason. It's kind of hard to bounce back after you lose both parents so suddenly.
Well, I never will find out, and I hope that we can find something to fix Mom.
You know, I agree, and I have much to thank Dr. Bainsbrush for.
Yeah, I have to get down to see him. Mother says he comes every other day. Is today one of his days for a visit, or is he in a shop today?
He actually already came by and left. Your mother was all but bedridden this morning, couldn't get out. But he gave her one of his potions, and she was right as rain for several hours. It seemed almost like nothing was bothering her for a bit, but slowly came down from the effect.
You realize Mom, baby, it's your grandchild.
He leans his head like, what?
She's knitting baby booties. And no.
I didn't think you were. I think she's just worried that she won't be around for it.
Oh,
And booties aren't the only thing she's been knitting.
I'm sure it must do her good must feel good to have her.
Very slowly opens a door behind him, and it's just a full closet of knitted baby clothing.
Rowan's eyes go, wow. Well, at least she's keeping herself busy and trying not, and not wallowing in sick. I don't know.
Just shuts the door again.
I think next time we come for a visit, if you open that door, it might be an avalanche.
He's like, I've started giving it away to several of the maids.
We should bring it to the lower branches, Father. I'm sure it can go to good use down there.
It's mostly what I have the maids do, but one or two of them has children that it fits.
I started thinking of jam. I actually know someone who might enjoy some baby clothes for his children.
You're more than welcome to it.
So, are there still a bunch of Asgardians here in Gridania?
No, They left for the tournament in Alpernaeus. As I'm sure you know.
Yeah.
There are still two here, but those are Sir Zephyrin's parents. They elected to remain. They decided to settle down in Gridania, vacation home. They won't be returning to Ishgard until the Ishgardian summer.
Is there a summer?
There's a period of time where it doesn't snow.
I think I actually wore shorts once. Once.
I wouldn't get bothered by the cold weather. Rowan asks, I know that you guys are talking about scotch, but can I get you guys something? I'll be more than happy to go into the kitchen and grab some drinks or some snacks.
No, I'm actually trying to sober up.
I think I'll wait for dinner to have any.
Rowan looks at her father. Okay. She's just looking at him, thinking to herself, Dad's been drinking again.
Well,
He's an eyebrow.
he looks at her and he's like, by sober, I mean stop drinking entirely.
Oh. You're
Quitting.
and yet okay. Well, good, I guess.
I think it's about time that I realize I am not a young man. And I have my health to think about, and just as your mother worries about not being around, he kind of like rubs his stomach, and you can see he's got like a little paunch going. I worry I might be neglecting my own health.
Well, it can never be. Okay, alright. I guess it can never be too late to make sure you stay in shape, Daddy. I'm sure you can find a million things to do around here. Just don't go start enlisting again, please. You're retired. Hunt. Maybe you could take works and into the woods, and that came out wrong. But show him some good hunting here, and you guys can talk about Ishgard. I don't know.
Possibly. Seems like a good idea. At some point, I was thinking mostly taking up jogging.
Taking what?
Jogging.
Oh, jogging is good.
Wouldn't enlist again, but maybe start running with the recruits.
Start showing those youngins up, huh?
Yeah, more like getting shown up. Right back to the days of basic, where trying to run the required amount would leave me vomiting off on the corner somewhere.
Basic.
See, this is common. I don't. So, I just know about casting spells until I'm ready to pass out cold.
He just sort of nods and he's like, is there anything else going on?
I look over at work.
Might as well tell him.
Eyes very slowly start to narrow.
So, something happened on the road, Donnie. And, nothing bad. nothing bad. And actually,
Eyes have narrowed further.
Works and I have decided to start seeing each other.
Diplomacy.
I would help, but my role is probably, you know what? We'll see if I can help.
18.
Where is diplomacy? Wow. Okay.
He just like looks at you and his jaw sets a little bit. Very slow inhale. He like leans his head back, like straight to the ceiling. And you just very quietly hear him go, "Harmony, give me strength."
I'm not saying a word. I'm just looking at Works. I say something.
He just looks at the two of you and he's like, "So, I am going to pretend that was not said." It just turns around and walks into the kitchen.
Well, gee, that went well.
Could have gone worse.
Yeah, you could have a sword up your backside.
Seems like he comes back and he's just got a glass of lemonade and he's like,
Just lemonade, right, Daddy?
"It's just lemonade."
Okay.
He like shoves it over to you.
I trust you, Daddy. You didn't believe me when I said the Rogan wasn't here, but I trust you.
He goes, "I almost would prefer that he was." Then
I know Works come off a little, but just give him a little bit of a chance.
No. You misunderstand. I do not have any issue with him. I just wish I had someone who I could pointedly tease at the moment.
Of course, if I told him he did yesterday, he's trying to blame me for his crappy sleeping or epilepsy, whatever.
Let's not, baby.
I start grumbling and I'm kind of getting irritated again and
It's
get a
like-
little warm.
It's like, one, let's not burn the house down. Again.
I was still Daddy. I wasn't gonna go.
And two, let's not make me mad right now.
Yes, sir.
Because I don't know how much of that blood comes from me or how much of it comes from your mother, and I don't feel like finding out.
We haven't learned, speaking of that, we haven't really had a chance to learn anything further. We were kind of in and out of Kagani really quickly, so I didn't get a chance to talk to any of the other Auras or anybody else or do any more research.
He's like, I understand. Hopefully you'll get back there at some point. He takes another long sip of lemonade. And then he just looks at Works and goes, so I do hope you're being a gentleman and paying for everything, right?
I am.
We took to a very amazing restaurant, Abernathy, and it was the most luxurious thing I had ever seen. It was magical in so many ways. It was enchanted. The servers were enchanted. The food was manna from heaven. It was just so incredible.
He just nods. He's like, well, maybe I'll take your mother there one day.
Definitely recommend it.
I hope so. Oh, and speaking of the route to Auvergne, we've recently, as a group, purchased we've recently purchased some land, or we'll be building a home for our group there.
Oh, you finally got your own place.
Yes, sir. It's going to be quite interesting.
He like slowly walks back into the other room. Roll a perception.
Okay. You're alright, kitty cat. You just what? I rolled an 18. Are you done with snuggles? Are you ready to go to bed?
You hear some mumbling.
Okay.
That's about it. Like you can't make out any words, just some mumbling.
So get a stuffed animal. Go to bed.
He comes back. He's smiling. Well, congratulations.
Thank you, Daddy.
Anyway,
I'm just talking to him.
do
I
what?
wonder. So what did you do in the other room, Daddy?
Nothing. Nothing at all.
Okay.
Anyway,
Work
Works.
take over.
Works and Rowan. Why don't we reconvene with the rest of your group at another time? Or you can come back later. We need to prepare for dinner. And he looks back over and goes, get your mother back into bed.
We'll come back at another time.
Fiona and the rest of the group, you wake up on the airship. You have a week of travel. What are each of you doing?
Well, one, just already decides that the agent was going to end up putting back to Gridania on their own with the part.
Okay.
Because Todd paid her to do that, and after which he's probably going to get an in-room, stick the part there for safekeeping, and then go enjoy herself for a next long while to unwind after being in freaking author, then have some step, and experiment a bit with the new evolution of the Echo.
Okay.
You're worth something, you're worth something, you're not worth shit.
What counts as a merchant and what counts as wares? Can I get someone to sell can someone selling themselves to me, can I find out, what they're worth to them, what they would be worth haggling for? Can I buy figure out the perfect haggle point for their future? Lots of experiments. I want to see how abusively sized for possible loan shocking. If someone's selling me a loan, do they count as a merchant trying to sell me their future?
Alright, sorry about that.
That's fine.
Fiona stays with Skull for the entire airship trip, and doesn't stray from his side, though her eyes seem a little empty after what she pulled in Orthard.
Well, your health and your spell slots and everything come back the next day. You do have to resummon Skull since he desummoned at the end of that event.
Dak will mostly stay around Fiona, making sure she's okay, and, until Skull comes around, and then she'll give them space. Otherwise, she's probably just gonna try and keep to herself a little bit. Chit-chat on her Link Pearl.
Anyone in particular?
Well, she's got the party link pearl, and then she's got the one she's got with a doll.
Yeah, I was also gonna say, careful with calling it, because like I said, they're enjoying themselves for a while.
She's not about to call Yedrin. Well, summoning skull.
Isn't even like telling even tell Rowan that works her piece, but she's back. Like, nope.
While summoning skull, she assures Dak she's well, even if she's paler than usual.
Well, hey, Rowan and Ross are obviously gonna be busy. Maybe they'll run into each other, maybe not.
Dak's still gonna fuss over Fiona.
During that time, every time Skull summoned, he uses the hat to turn himself into his human form. There's at one point or two that he actually, politely, mind you, kicks Dak out of the room.
Oh no. As soon as Skull comes up, she's just out of there. Nope. Giving them time and space. Unless she's approached, she's not gonna bother anyone.
Yeah, and Wade caught a hunt. Only kind of just to unwind and spend just time just together.
Huh? You cut out a good bit there, Rowan. They got the force part, so...
We're avoiding you, Hunt. We want peace and quiet.
Well, you didn't even know I'm in town. I didn't even contact you guys.
Yeah. So I'm sure that we do not run into you at all, and we just spend that time relaxing.
Yeah. Relaxing, enjoying each other's company. Finding ways to go confront her dad again.
I still works my secret thing. No, you know, with the swing and all the flowers, my little secret garden that I have.
Mm-hmm.
Here's one question. Does Walks end up spending any more time smoking weed?
Seeing how him and I are together almost full time right now? No.
No.
The drug materializes in front of her. She snatches away. No! Tell the dragon no!
Cat freeze and blow it all into the wind. Cute.
Tell Puff the magic dragon no.
That's what I had a funny thought. We could have Hunt try to sell it and make extra money.
Oh my god. Sell dragon weed.
I told you. Edibles.
No.
He can just grow a patch in the wilderness up near our new place.
Oh my god. But yeah, Dex just off on her own.
Azir and Ia basically spend the entire trip together, only coming out for meals. Fiona and Skull essentially do the same thing. Fiona, roll a Constitution check, please.
Giggle giggle.
Your pallor starts coming back after about day 2.
See, nothing to worry about, Fiona says with a smile when she next meets Dak. Dak just gives her a smile and she's like, "Oh, that's great. I'm glad you're doing all right." Just kind of goes back to looking out of the airship.
It's around the I mean, Dak probably can assume what Fiona and Skull are getting into. Obviously, they're they're having
Yeah.
lots of conversations about their relationship right now.
Fiona frowns thoughtfully. Are you missing date? Oh, She kind of mumbles a little bit. I'm missing all of them, but She kind of taps her ear a little bit. I said hi to him on the link Pearl I gave him. Which, of course, she didn't tell anyone about.
Basically, like, comes out of his little apartment, like, he's bleary-eyed, sleepy. He's, like, dressed in nothing but, like, a pair of, pajama bottoms. He's, like, got, like, a toothbrush in his mouth, and he's like, huh?
What? Huh?
Listen, huh?
Missing who?
Who are you missing?
A doll. I called Kate.
He, like, pulls the cup, he, like, pulls a cup over and, like, spits into it. He's like, I knew you wanted him.
Crosses her arms. Easier, please don't tease her, says Fiona.
He's like, I was like, I wasn't teasing.
No,
He's
he
being
wasn't.
serious. She needs to chase after what she wants. And be willing to admit what she wants.
What I want is a nice quiet day with people that I love. And I got an airship.
Hazer just stops and goes back brushing his teeth, just like listening for the moment.
Well, at least you'll have a nice day to look forward to once we reach Gridania, says Fiona. I doubt it'll be quiet, though. Oh, no, it won't.
Hazer just stretches out and like drinks the water, sloshes it around, spits it out, and goes, Dak,
Yes?
I heard you and Fiona talking about it earlier. You have your own land, your own homes now, right?
It's being built last I knew, yes.
It's probably going to be a number of days before we get to Ark, and then a number of days before we get back, and that should be done, right?
If everything goes well, yes.
Think of it this way. It's a hurrah before you get a chance to take a however long amount of time that you want in your own home, doing your own thing, with whoever you want to be there.
Kind of blinks a few times and then just kind of visibly perks up a little bit, like even her ears kind of perk up. You're right. I can relax after we get Ark.
And he just kind of like walks over and he crouches down and he says, Dak, I'll help you get my half-brother back, provided you can keep your end of your bargain.
Yes.
He just says, and I'm sure if you can get him to agree to come back, he's going to want to spend just as much quiet time with you and your companions or by himself as you want to spend with the people you love. And he kind of stands up and says, despite being a womanizer, he's quite a sensitive soul.
Yeah. I know. I've spent quite a bit of time around him.
cocks his neck a little bit. He says, "Granted, I haven't talked much to him about it myself. I just know what various correspondents have said."
Well, they aren't wrong.
I wouldn't expect his mother and father to be wrong.
Ruby Spear stuck in my head now. Waiting.
Hey. And don't worry about the red tape once we come home with Ark, says Fionn with a smile. I'll take care of that, so you have your peace and quiet. Did we...
Azir flicks the top of Fion's head. Not like
You're-
back of the head, like give slap, but like front, like just above, like in between the eyes.
You're gonna take some rest too, Fionn.
He says, Azir like very pointedly like points at her and goes, "No, I will go take care of that. You go rock that dog's world."
Jack covers it well and snickers. Fionn flinches. 1, please don't refer to him as a dog. 2, she says accusatively, we'll have plenty of time for that in the evenings from here on out ourselves.
He just like very slowly shrugs his shoulders and goes, "I believe he called you Amelie." Here's all I have to say about your red tape issue. I am an arbiter. My job is to pass judgment on things. Every now and then, that involves legal issues. If you don't feel like dealing with the red tape, leave it to me. I'm sure I can find a compromise, and like pats his hip, that'll work in your favor.
Fionn purses her lips and folds her arms. Very well, I will leave it to you.
Like tickles under her chin. Are you pouting?
She's pouting. The traitorous Lullabill. I am not, she insists with a frown. Pouting.
He's still like using like one finger to just tickle under your chin. Like seeing how long you can hold the frown.
Jack just giggles. Teasing someone is kind of fun. He looks around from the doorframe with a cold stare. Eee. Well, anytime you need to borrow the hat, Fiona. Don't worry about it. Maybe I'll get another one made as a gift. Until that's taken care of. Fiona bites her lip before swatting at Azir's hand and stepping back so she can address Dequa. No, it's fine. I will be putting every resource I can into researching that.
Azir stretches out, and he looks back, and he's like, "Dear sisters, don't take my actions to mean anything beyond a familial affection. We're both more or less adopted, so I may as well treat you as I would treat my siblings."
Fiona says, with any luck, my benefactors will get back to me soon.
He stretches out and says, "Now I do believe I have someone else I need to go take care of." He comes back and, like, sweeps Ia back into their room.
Take care, Azir. Ia quietly returns to the room with Azir, tail flicking sharply as she casts a glance back at Dak and Fiona. Dak just waves lightly goodbye.
He musses her hair.
I'm not jealous, Ia meekly says.
Azir says... Azir looks at her and goes, "You're not a very good liar."
She shakes her head. No, she isn't.
Azir looks up for a second. There's a long silence, and he says, "But I like that about you. You're honest."
A small smile spreads across Ia's face. Can I be a sibling too?
Oh, diplomacy.
See, this is how Makote clans get huge.
Azir kind of pauses for a second and turns and looks at her. Then he very quietly just moves in close, just kind of looms over her for a moment. And then casually kind of just like wraps his arms around her. And it's long and it's kind of overly drawn out. Like, he's not into physical affection, and it's very apparent as he does this. As it's this long, like, overly long process of him getting the hug around her, and then he, like, suddenly, like, wraps her up and brings her into his chest and just hugs her. And he goes, "Yeah. In time, I'm sure my family would accept you and with us. There's this long pause as he thinks, and he goes, think with enough time and us getting to know each other, we could be something more than siblings.
Called it. Did I not just say that to you in message?
Yeah, you did. I was just thinking, like, damn, she called that one.
But he's like, he kind of pulls back and he scratches the back of the head and he goes, but I will. I want you to know ahead of time that intimacy is not something I do. It's not my nature anymore.
Ia lets out a faint yelp as she squeezed close before sinking against Azir's chest, arms wrapped around his middle. I wouldn't mind that either, she says, closing her eyes until the hug is released. I understand. I don't want that either.
He's like, as a male Makote, it's weird, I know, but I'm just not into sex.
She shakes her head. It's not weird.
And he like looks over and he realizes like Fiona and Dak are still there and they probably just saw and heard all that and he's like
Dak's watching a good soap opera.
he's just like very slowly just kind of goes.
She's just very politely looking away. She didn't watch any of that. Nope. Fiona's looking away as well. Totally didn't just eavesdrop.
You really wanna you really wanna try Azir on that one?
Dex thought you were gonna try.
He's just kinda he's eyeing you, but he's like, alright, whatever. He's like, the other thing Azir does though is he looks at Ia and like very like calmly like puts his hands on her shoulders and pushes her back a little bit and says, I do want you to know that if you ever change your mind, I'm not going to hold it against you. There's probably a little bit of whatever the opposite of Stockholm Syndrome is going on. Possibly a little hero worship or something like that. I don't feel I should ever be something that someone falls in love with.
Apparently the opposite of Stockholm Syndrome is called Lima Syndrome, where the captor develops sympathy towards the hostage. Thank you, Google.
Yeah, the opposite is that she's not a cap,
I know.
and he's not a captor.
I know. I just looked up the opposite of Stockholm Syndrome.
I wonder how the fuck they got their names.
Events, I believe.
Yeah, with a lot of stuff, it's like an event named after a person involved in the event.
Like the Nightingale effect was, you know.
I think Nightingale effect is probably a better thing.
Is it?
So, like,
Feeling affection towards a person who stayed in your butt.
Lima
Yeah.
named after the abduction of a Japanese Lima, Peru in 1996.
Apparently, someone named Lima was abducted by the Japanese.
Now,
Mm.
it occurred in Lima, Peru.
Yeah,
okay.
that's what I figured. And the Stockholm Syndrome thing's in Stockholm.
Apparently, there's a London syndrome and a Helsinki syndrome too.
That was for Helsinki.
The captive identify and grow sympathetic to his captor, while becoming unsympathetic toward the police or other authority figure.
So, basically, V for Vendetta.
Never saw it.
Really?
Wow!
I have
Well,
not
watch-
watched a lot of movies.
Okay, watch it November 5th.
No.
Yes.
No.
Remember.
The 5th of November, the Gunpowder Treason and Plot.
Ea frowns. I don't think it's like that. She replies, shaking her head.
Azir just kind of shrugs his shoulders a little bit and says, "We should get some rest."
Yes, go relax. Don't mind us. Ian nods and quietly shuts the door behind them.
Lots of talking.
Lots of
Mm-hmm.
Mhm.
He is asexual.
Mm-hmm.
Mm-hmm.
And so is she. Dad kind of just stretches. It's like, maybe I should get on the link pearl and talk to Date tonight.
Poor Dak.
Let him know that we're going to Gridania and then Limsa. Maybe see where he's at. I fucking hear that arc.
What do you decide to do? I'm assuming Fiona, you went back to your room and conversation / whatever do you and Skull do?
Hell, Dak's probably gonna go back to her room and pop on the link pearl for a little chit chat.
Okay.
Chit chat. Right.
Oh my god, works.
You and Rowan just like straight up gutter.
They are innocent little children. I don't know what you're thinking of.
They're like still in that. They're like in that like no, you hang up phase.
No, you hang up. No, you hang up. Okay, bye.
Who's in that hang-up thing?
Dak and Date are basically like,
Oh,
no, you
okay.
hang up. You hang up. No, you hang up.
I thought you were saying you were, because I don't roll with that.
No.
Meanwhile, Camilla, radio silence. Whatever happened to her intel?
Doo 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 doo. Beep 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 beep. Camilla. Camilla. Damn it, Camilla, it's Azir. Answer your fucking link pearl.
Sounds of shuffling as it's removed from her handkerchief, followed by a quiet hiss. Is it?
What have you been doing?
I like this music too.
I think it got me copyright striked on YouTube.
Aww.
Oh,
It doesn't matter. None of them have pressed like a charge or anything like that. So it's just like, oh hey, you can have it on there. Just like let us put ads on your videos. Okay.
how many ads would they put for a 3-hour-long video?
Apparently 0 right now.
Uh,
The thing is, because of the way YouTube works, if there's multiple on it, they have to have an argument on it, and they can't do anything to it. The Jim Sterling method, as it were. Granted, it means I can't monetize anything, but I never planned on it anyway.
Yeah.
I probably shouldn't have said that openly.
well, just edit that part out.
Jomel hasn't told me anything. She wasn't pleased I couldn't convince you, she answers, her voice a faint whisper.
Azir's sensing motive. $28.
A 4. You love.
You almost got that one!
Everyone knows.
There's a long pause, and Azir's like, "You're sleeping with her again, aren't you?"
One way to throw her off your track. Hey, how you doing?
Where have you been? Hey, how you doing? That's not what I asked. Yes. Azir and everyone can practically hear Camilla's ears drooping.
It's distracting her. It's, you know.
Dak, Fionn, Rowan works. Yedrin, roll perceptions.
Wait. Why?
Because
It's
she's on the
It's
link.
on our pearl, so we can all hear it.
I ain't hear Jack.
30, 28, 18, 14.
Something, I don't know.
Dak, Rowan, and Yedrin all hear it. They like all have their like pearls in at the moment, and they're just like, "Are you fucking kidding me?"
Really?
There's just like,
How long
You
did
just-
it take you?
you just immediately hear Azir's like hand just like hit his face, and he goes, "Camilla, the fuck? What in Ifrit's bloody burning cock is wrong with you?"
I'm sorry. Minfina, help me. I'm weak-willed.
Rowan points to the link shell and tells her, put it in.
Or just too distracted by the way the sunset looks at the way Rowan looks in the sunset. What?
Oh my god.
You gotta hear this. Put it in your link shell.
Pops it in.
Forgive me.
Oh,
Oh god.
what are you doing?
That's... When he says forgive me, we all need to run.
I'll get the funeral proceedings ready.
I'm waiting to see what pops on the jukebox. Just waiting. Trying to find something.
I am. It's not coming out. Oh well.
Oh well.
Okay, let's see. I should have something else down here.
At the very least, you haven't given any information away, have you, Camilla? Dax keeping her voice low.
Oh, there it is.
I sure hope.
That's exactly what I thought it was.
Well, the other one is,
Oh, Dak, oh goodness, everyone heard that then. Camilla whispers with a sigh. No, I haven't told her anything.
Azir sits his motive again.
Shit, Dak's gonna sense move on that. Let's see. 28 on Azir, 21 on Camilla's diplomacy, 21 on my sense motive. Just barely believes her.
Azir's like really incredulous. You haven't told her anything. Did you just say that you couldn't convince me to join you?
Gidron doesn't even feel the need to get involved when Azir's handling it.
You're all like sitting in like a circle of the airship. Azir's just like holding his head in his face. Or just holding his face in his head.
Just cuddling up under the what the hell? Sunset and listening.
Yeah.
Listening to a cat dig her own grave.
Yeah.
Gidron's probably just had some random like restaurant, a diner, or like even just
Bar.
Whatever, and just is now getting dinner and a show, so to speak.
Mm-hmm. So we'll have to go it alone, just us and the Scions, I told her. I wouldn't be surprised if she just left me behind too, though. Says Camilla.
There's a very long pause. And then he just kind of stops for a moment and he goes, Camilla.
Yes?
She's asleep beside you right now, isn't she?
Chicken pie.
God damn it, Rowan. Awkward silence.
Camilla.
That just sighs.
Gidron is enjoying the new ways reality is finding to be interesting.
She's still asleep, at least. Says Camilla. Oh no.
Is that sleep anymore?
There's just a long, dead silence. And you didn't have the presence of fucking mind to get out of the room?
I like when it increases and pops up on Rowan's. Hisses Camilla. I at least didn't get back into bed after getting my parole 12 above. I'm not that stupid.
Just looks around and mouths, that's debatable.
Oh.
Oh, God. I feel so bad about doing this. Oh, well.
Oh.
He's like,
Sounds legit.
he still wins! Even with the
Beautiful.
-10, he's still over Cam. There's just this moment where he goes, but you were stupid enough to get into bed with her.
Again.
It was a very long sigh. He's like, if I wasn't a nice guy, I would sell you to my brothers in a heartbeat.
You really shouldn't say that around Ia, you know.
She's not around.
Okay, I stand corrected, says Camilla.
You stand corrected on everything you have said today.
Yes.
And he claps his hands. So, Dak, how do you think we should rectify this?
I don't know.
Kind of like waits for a moment. Rowan, what do you think?
I would say get away from Jamal as quick as you can, but that's me.
Yeah, I think we.
Also, damn, Fiona, your dice.
Yeah. Fine, she told me not to get too comfy anyway in case she moved on. I suppose she can accept the same. Or shuffling noises on Camilla's end.
He's just like very like calmly like bridges his fingers. Should we drag her along with us just to make sure she doesn't fuck up again?
Absolutely.
Seems prudent. At least then we can keep an eye on her.
Okay. Camilla.
Camilla whines pathetically. I promise I won't screw up like this again.
No, you won't. But I think I know how we can rectify this and make you happy at the same time.
Yes?
Here's what I need you to do, Camilla.
She does not sound happy. Yes?
I want you to stay with Jarmel until we get back. I want you to be unsatiable. Exhaust her. Mentally, physically, I want you to cling to her. Like you are feathers on Garuda's ass.
A gulp. Yes, sir.
I don't care if you have to go to Sigbert and get performance enhancers. Do it.
Looks over at works. Performative.
God.
What did you say?
He looked at work and went, performance enhancers.
I'm just like, try to blink for 1 sec. You keep it up, I'll show you just how much performance I have.
Bahamut's like, you'd still be stubby if it wasn't for me.
What?
He's like, your tail would be limp and small.
Like, don't you have other people that buy your drugs?
You like thinks for a moment. Eh.
They're not as entertaining. Yes, the good doctor, alright. Camilla says, is Garlean medicine that good?
Have you seen what they did to Xenos?
Oh my god.
Rowan just, yeah, Orma's in here. Maybe we should not stay at Dad's house tonight.
And out of character, I wonder how many of the party even knows who Xenos is.
I would say it's actually fairly common knowledge. I mean, it's the son of the damn Emperor.
Yeah, that's what it's saying.
It's not like he's some like general like.
It's like if you know anything about Garlean politics or something, you
He is
probably
the great-grandson of the Emperor.
Yeah. I don't know what his insanity is up to. I haven't been working the tunnels, says Camilla.
There's a long sigh. Then go to the damn White Mages. And use protection while you're at it.
Dex probably curled up with her link pearl, just like facing her knees, red face, just
Megan, stop! Megan.
fine, fine. You can thank your mom. I have any idea what I'm doing here. Just a little vindictive.
Long pause. That's a good idea. Go visit her. I'm sure she has ample amounts of advice and drugs for you.
Now take this drug, this hour, and then you'll have enough energy for this hour, and then you take these, and then you can go all night.
All night long.
Take this one if you need an upper halfway through. Pay my Ethernet fees, and I'll think about it.
You should be glad I'm not going to behead you as soon as I get into Gridania.
You said you didn't judge for stupidity.
I said... No, I don't judge for your stupidity, but what you just did is borderline treason. I don't judge for stupidity, but I surely judge for vices.
Out of character. No, Aesir, please don't judge me for my love of rolling berries. It's not a vice, I swear.
Hides the roll, Barry.
I just see Camilla like holding up a finger like, ah! Fuck. I love the fact the party's so damn entertained by this.
Hey, no, I mean,
Like
the
I'm wondering,
long
he's like,
airship ride. Wilting cat noises. I'll leave her breathless for the week then. And then I'm getting myself a Swim and Chesty belt after this.
He like just like Dak in the party like visibly sees Azir shrug his shoulders. He's like, who knows? Maybe the experience will leave you a broken asexual like myself. Blip turns the link pearl off before she can respond.
You know, I'm just gonna assume that we've got like a bag of extra link pearls that equals up to like 20.
Yes, they're cheap.
I know. Just saying. You really shouldn't say that around Wells tits. Blip.
Camilla got whinier as that went on. At this point, you just see Azir like reach into a bag, pull out like a bottle of wine that's about Dak's size, and just walk back into his room.
Are we really certain we should trust that woman, asked Fiona? I'm starting to think I can trust her as far as I can throw her. Let that sink in a little bit.
Azir, meanwhile, has like poured himself like not a wine glass of wine, but like a straight up like glass you would drink water out of wine. And he's just like laid down his head on Ia's lap, and he's just like, fuck.
Ia gently pats Azir on the head.
He drinks the glass, and then he just like turns it over and like goes to sleep.
And just in response to Fiona, since is this link ball discussion?
Probably.
Well, it seems we can trust her to be loose-lipped and easily would be bribed.
I love the fact that if Camilla really wanted to listen, she could listen to us talking about her. Granted, my thoughts on her were already well known since I first met her, but I'm not certain I would trust her capability to even be reliable on that front, says Fiona.
Is Skull out, Fiona?
Of course, Skull's out.
Is it Skull or Not Cramp for Agitar? Did you maybe summon Mini Not Cramp to like have a break?
Of course, Skull's out.
Skull's sitting there like in his human form and go like slowly like crosses one leg over the other one and goes, well, we can certainly trust her to be reliable to her loins. So, Dak, which of your sisters can we sacrifice to her?
The only one that I know for certain would be Almond, but she hasn't actually found herself in that regard yet. Outside of when she's in her cup. Let's not reward her, says Fiona.
It's not a reward, it's merely a distraction. And an incentive.
I don't know if I want my sister to be bait. Or a, if you'll excuse me, Skull, a doggy treat. To be dangled.
Cat treat at this point? Cat?
Yeah. Yeah. Besides, I really like Almond. I don't want her to get hurt.
I mean, he like looks around. We could always just go to Ul'dah and find a Kote prostitute. Get them out of that life and, you know...
Let's not incentivize her, bribe her, anything, says Fionn.
Skull's just like patting her head. Just a little levity for the moment, dear.
Considering her bounty hunter friend may have heard that entire conversation, I'm concerned levity may not be afforded.
Well, until we arrive, we don't really know. And even if she did heard the conversation, the only thing that she knows now is that Camilla is working with us. If that's the case, Camilla may find herself on the receiving end of appropriate punishment, though not from us. And then we have nothing to worry about. We're right back at square one, except now we have Azir with us.
Fair. Let her deal with the problems she's created.
Yes. And let us deal with the problems that we may create.
Fiona averts her eyes. I promise not to create any more problems myself, dear.
I was not referring to anything that you have done, Ameline. I was merely saying, let's deal with the present, not the past or the future. Let's get to Gridania, do what needs to be done, and let's try to get this done before anything else bad can happen. The last thing we need is a group of bounty hunters and stupid scions running out before us, getting there, and causing another primal to pop up.
Dak proceeds to reach over to the wall and go, knock on wood.
How far out are you guys anyways?
This is like day 5. So they've got maybe a day or two left on the trip, which after this conversation, I'm just going to skip ahead to landing.
Okay.
Before Fiona can say anything else again, Skull just like grabs her and pulls her into his lap and just holds her on the waist. Like puts his head against hers and he's like, I'm not mad at you. Just worried.
Fiona settles on the Skull's lap and leans her head against his. I know, but I do not wish to worry you so much either.
He's like, leans closer and he's like, then we both picked the wrong occupation. He snickers. But I'm glad you did. I'm glad you're who you are. Because I never would have met you otherwise. And I wouldn't be able to do this. And like kisses the side of her cheek. Even if it's temporary, even if it's only a trick, I can at least feel whole again. And that's because of you.
Fionn giggles before nuzzling into Skull's cheek and kisses back. I'm glad I can do that for you. I won't stop to make sure you won't need to rely on such tricks either. But until then, I will make sure not to worry you. Unduly, at least.
And just smiles. We should get some rest. Mentally prepare ourselves for the likely many arguments that we're going to have on the rest of this journey.
She nods. Indeed. Let us rest then, she says, taking Skull's hand fondly.
Skull takes her hand and then looks back at Dak. Goes,
Jack?
yeah, he's looking at Dak right now.
Okay.
And he like taps his ear.
She gets up and gitters out.
He wasn't like tapping it to leave. He was trying to give her an indication. He was like, go make your phone call.
Yeah, well, she'd still leave.
Yeah. The two head off. Everyone's kind of in their rooms together. The only two people not cuddled up with anybody currently are Yedrin and Dak.
And Kato. Kato's cuddled up with a pillow.
Kato is wrapped in Fort Pillow. He's stolen everybody's pillows to make himself Pillow Husbando.
Oh no!
You may or may not have been sleeping to the entire trip.
Pillow giant.
He don't know. He saw disappear into the Pillow Fort and never showed back out outside of it yet.
He's conversing with Nafika.
Yep.
Regardless, you all land 2 days later in Gridania. You're left to your own devices. Azir takes Ia and he heads off to go talk to Ajaletan, leaving the rest of you to go wherever you so please. For the sake of it, I will say Rowan works. You were alerted. Rowan works in Yedrin. You were alerted to their arrival via Link Pearl and were waiting for them when they landed.
Legend Porcy's going to be looking a lot happier now, especially now that she's been a week not in Orthod region. There's the thought that she sees her. I thought...
Hey! So how was your...
As Fionn and everyone else gets off the airship and they start talking, there's a poof right in front of them, and Han's standing there with like saluting.
Han!
Yo!
It's so good to see you again.
Dude, I'm sorry that I'm interrupting the reunion. I just heard you were coming in. Please don't mind me.
You do know how to make a dramatic entrance. Fionn says, "Oh, Han! No, it's quite fine. We're happy to see you here too."
You see, he's got his hood pulled down. He's got his his very young face is out. His horns kind of poking a bit, and he's just kind of like looking around, like he still looks a little nervous. He's like, "Well, I teleported back as soon as I was informed that you were here. Really, mon cher, I have to admit that I was not expecting you all to come back so soon. And really, after what you did for me before you all went to Aperneus, I would be heavily remiss if I did not tell you thank you from the bottom of my heart. You saved my life.
We already said it wasn't a big deal. We would have done it for any of our friends.
Then consider me very glad that I am your friend.
Still, it's good to see you. And he like pats his thigh, just kind of like hi. She's not so quick to go in for a hug. Fionn smiles, though concern is etched on her brow. I pray there hasn't been another attempt since then.
None. There have been no attempts. Not since what happened with the Void Hounds. Little Chomp and everyone went skittering.
Yes, we heard. At least I think we heard something about that.
But really, I was just coming by to say thank you once more. Because I did not get a chance to do it properly last time, so concerned I was with the revenge. And that really should not be the way of it. And Rowan, Lurkson, you are both looking hale and healthy. And he like gives you both a wink.
He knows.
The amount of stuff you know sometimes scares me.
It was like, well, mon ami, she does have a bit of a glow about her.
It's fine. Your safety is paramount, says Fionn.
He just kind of snickers a little, and he's like, mon chéris, you all be looking like you've all found a bit of the love bug. Oh, Han might be getting a bit jealous.
That kind of looks away a little bit.
Speaking of the love, how is your shopkeeper friend?
Sulao?
Yes.
Sulao's fine. He's over, he's still over by the Lost City. He's heading back to Hulk, in 2 days, though.
So, since you seem to know so much, have you heard of the recent acquisition I've had?
Acquisition?
I now own land about a week's travel from Aperneus.
No, I did not hear about that. Congratulations!
It's along one of the bridges along the trade routes from Gridania to Aperneus.
Wonderful, magnifique! Perhaps Sulao and I could, proposition for some access later.
Oh, you're welcome to come whenever.
Absolutely.
The Holland's just kind of like rubbing the back of his neck now, and he's just like, just smiling.
Please do. We would be glad to have you, says Fionn.
Well, I have to bring a good bottle of wine next time. Help you break it in.
Sure. See your friend.
I'm sorry, I didn't understand what you were saying.
Kato. Would love to see him.
Sulao told me a bit about that. He's he'd be interested.
I don't think Dak actually asked anything about what happened on that date. She did not want to know.
Really just a little
As
bit.
a notice, Fiona, since you're typing as Ia and Azir are not there. They are currently having brunch with Azjeletan, two of his children and his soon-to-be wife.
Cutest little kids.
Little Ellis and Makote.
Mm-hmm. Elf kitties. Kitty elves? Yeah.
Rowan has stolen
Stolen what?
to drop off.
At that point, he's just kind of Hans looking around. If you will excuse me, I need to return back to the lost city, continue my excavation. At that point, like, he holds up what looks to be a little crystal, and it starts spinning. And he's like, I bid you all farewell! And then he's just gone.
Bye, hon.
You can always know some interesting people.
Safe travels if you ever need our assistance, says Fiona. Fiona trails off before waving to the empty space Han once stood. Well, he knows how to contact us anyway.
Yeah, just randomly appear in front of us. Hey, at least I didn't blow down any doors this time.
Skull's like rubbing the back of his head. It's like, man, with the shit we have seen.
Yeah.
Like I said, you guys know interesting people.
Like Skull walks over and like puts an arm around Fiona and puts another one around Works. It's like, Works, we have literally seen the manifestation of a more or less god of the void come to life and then whoop our ass in a tournament.
Yeah.
Who happens to be my father.
Whoop Maya.
It's kind of like,
I guess I should correct it. I guess we all know interesting people now.
Yeah, because we're not the ones that got it.
it's
I know,
like
yes.
Skull just kind of gets this last one in. It's like, before we continue on, I just gotta say, Edrin, I don't know whether I should congratulate you or ask you what the hell's wrong with you.
I think a little bit of both.
Alright.
All I can. Oh, go ahead.
Alright, one of the first rung of the void hierarchy wants grandkids out of me, doesn't he? Mumbles Fiona.
All I can say is life's for enjoying. And oh yeah, before you interrupted, I was gonna say, Todd, thank you very much for letting me borrow that hat. Can we please never go back there for a long, long time?
Skull goes, for a second I thought you were going to tell me you were pregnant, and I was like, I am not ready to be an uncle.
Oof.
Adrian just looks at Skull like, okay, that was a...
Skull's just like, as much sex as everyone's having, it would not surprise me.
Who's just everyone?
Dax just gets a little red-faced.
Italian left and right are you two?
Isn't it more like a cousin, Fiona asked.
Technically, it would be a brother.
Yeah.
Oh, God. Well, all I really have is sending out that pot, which I can do via... Oh, I feel bad for the Moogles if I did that.
Don't feel bad for Moogles.
Fiona says, I don't think I'm ready to call Hunt my mother-in-law. As she rolls her eyes.
I don't think she's ready to be called your mother-in-law either.
There's just a long pause from Skull, and he's like, right, change the subject.
Yeah, no, that sounds great.
Yeah, yes. Yes.
So how was the run on the airship?
There were a lot of clouds.
Tart, that's not something I would say. Don't do that.
No, seriously, that's about all that happens. There were a lot of clouds.
How are the accommodations at least?
Fiona asked, were there? I don't know, I spent a lot of time out on the deck just watching him go by. I was a bit occupied, all of us were. Deb just kind of rolls her eyes. I wasn't.
Oh yeah, just out of character quick. I wonder if did Mox and Moen notice that children didn't get off the airship?
I guess we would have figured out when you showed up next to us.
Probably.
We're just like,
Whatever.
So.
Actually, it wouldn't have been that. That was.
Dak, you do note while you're at the on the docks, you see there is a courier service that will deliver packages.
Ooh.
also,
Yedrin?
Ron, you cut out like every other word.
Yes?
Yedrin, can I have my pot, courier service? I need to send it. Because I'm not about to have you head out there.
Well, I had this stowed away at where I was staying for the week, but okay, I'll go grab it and bring it here. Or,
Thank She puts her hands together. Thank you.
Aethernet. Yeah, dude,
Aethernet.
Aethernet's away. Aethernet's back. Walks up with the pot.
Yeah. She goes to the
Airship is
courier.
full service, Fiona.
Yeah, she goes and deals with the courier service.
A few seconds later, a young, dark-skinned man with like a full beard and long, flowy black hair just comes running across the water. Jumps up, pulls out like a mailbag, puts the pot in, and it just disappears. And he goes, "Thank you for your patronage. Bye."
Bye,
Starts running
dudes.
away. He's like,
just face
"Do I
off
know
after
you?"
them.
No, we've heard of you!
Starts running across the water again.
Just face off after him. That man is good at his job.
Yeah.
At that point, you see a blonde man with an eye patch just run up, like, very muscular. He's like, "Dang it, Jesus, that one was mine!" Just leans over.
Aww.
Fuck!
I'm sure you would have taken care of it very nicely, but he was faster.
Just shaking his fist. Like, Rowan, you immediately recognize it as Hallicet, and Hallicet's just
Yo.
like, fuck it. He's like, walks away.
About the only other thing Dak really has to do is worry about getting the blacksmiths out there.
By the way, the two blacksmiths are, like, standing there, like, that was... They're, like, looking at you
Weird.
all, like...
What did we get ourselves into?
Slowly, like, pulling their heads away. Like, they're, like, trying to back away into the airship.
No, it's okay. Not everything is as strange as that.
Run, Mouse. Run. Now.
Yadrin just wants to look at the two investments.
Works just smiles at Rowan. It's like, wow, I'm starting to rub off on her.
Well, these are the. Think of it as a once-in-a-lifetime experience, says Bjorn. These are the two blacksmiths I recruited.
They immediately, like, they just both immediately start arguing in Doman.
Oh, this is gonna be a treat. I'm gonna go see about getting them a wagon or something to the place. Dex
You're gonna probably have to pay for them to stay at an inn in Alpenaeus until the place is done.
Dex already gone. Muttering to herself.
Dak,
Mm.
when I'm assuming you go over back to the same chocobo carriage guy that gave you a deal to Hook. He's like, well, howdy, little missy.
Hi.
Fun seeing you here again. How can I help you?
Well, I have two people I need to get transported to along the trade routes. Do we have like a name for the river or anything? Probably.
Hold up. I gotta pull up the old map.
Mm.
The one that had like the misspelled shit on it. Alrighty. You want the Hathiova River.
It's along the trade route, along the Hathio River, on the way to Upper Neus. There should be some construction there, but...
Oh, so you're the owner of that little parcel of land, are you?
Uh-huh.
Can you transport some people back out there?
Yes, I just got some blacksmiths that I'm going to have to build some housing for.
Well, I'll tell you what. I don't mind giving yous and yours some free chocobo rides up and down that area, provided you do me a favor.
She kind of tilts her head a little bit. Go on.
Well, you've already seen how my chocobos handle and how we do good work here, correct?
Mm-hmm.
How would you like to sign a trade agreement allowing us exclusive rights to that trade route?
Well, I don't exactly own the trade route.
But you do own the only bridge going past it.
That is true. So, free chocobo rides to and from?
Free chocobo rides to and from. Essentially what'll happen is you keep that bridge closed for anybody going through, but our chocobos, or those that pay a toll, we let you ride for free.
That doesn't sound like...
We'll give you a kickback here and there too.
That doesn't sound like a bad deal to me. Dak, like, very, very casually kind of opened the link pearl when she started talking to him. Just kind of like, hey, Yadrin.
First off,
Yeah, I'm sure Yadrin's probably like, "Oh, kick back, let's do it."
yeah, no, well, one, while still watching this investment closely, she says, first off, Todd, you're the one with that contract the closest. Would we get in shipped with Alpenaeus if you did that?
So long as we have that other bridge. So long as we have the other bridge, it'll be fine. At least that's how I remember it.
Yeah, I think we just had to build a second bridge and maintain it.
Basically,
We'll just put a plank of wood across the river and call it a day.
basically he's just basically asking, like, don't charge them a toll. And is offering free chocobo rides in exchange.
Just making sure if there was anything in the contract against those kind of exclusivity deals.
Honestly, it's just a trade. Trading free truckload rides for free tolls.
Everybody else who tries to do the roads will get towed, but toll. I'm shutting up.
We get what you were saying.
Fiona, if you want to remember the contract, that would be an intelligence check, but let me look over the skill list real quick. I'd say you have your choice between doing a knowledge history or a knowledge local for it. How's that?
14. Oh, those rolls.
So just taking 10.
Take 10.
Fiona, you sit down, you start thinking about it. You don't remember anything in the clauses saying that you couldn't do something like that. Though for some reason you do remember something about horse dung. Or rather, chocobo dung.
Ah.
I was waiting for Fiona's reply before I say more.
Chocobos in stereo. Now, I'm not a lawyer, chimes Fiona in over the link pearl, but I believe the contract said nothing about waiving tolls, just that we had to pay some of the tolls we collected to Operneus. But we'll definitely have to review the contract later.
Well then, Todd, it's mostly down to your decision since it's your land, but it is free transportation and kickbacks just for letting them.
Now, little Missy, I don't want you to be thinking I'm pressuring you at all, and you hear Mealy chiming in. It's like, I like him. He has a nice voice.
Looks up at her owl. It's kind of like, really?
What?
Ruffles the feathers.
He goes, I just wanted to let you know that the office stands, and if you want to come back and deal with it at any time, you are more than welcome to. If you got somewhere you need to get going right now, we can, you're a repeat customer, and business has been slow, and you're rather fast. You still have a bit of a credit on your last account. So, go ahead and take a ride if you need one.
Okay, I do have 2 people I need transported. For now, let's leave it on the table. I will have to go through the contract I've signed with Operneus. I need to make sure I'm not violating any of the terms.
Well, here, I'm going to give you this, and he, slides over a contract for what he was just offering.
Mm-hmm.
It's only about 20 pages long.
I'll review this.
He's like, you do that. We'll be right here if you need anything. Feel free to help yourself to a cup of coffee or orange juice on your way out. We leave that out for everybody.
Orange juice. She
Oh,
will
by the
take
way,
some orange juice.
there are some Rollin' Berry Jam donuts off in the waiting room. They've been sitting out since this morning. Apparently people in Gridania don't like Rollin' Berries.
Oh, they don't know what they're missing. Okay, I will return with them and I will get things situated. Thank you. Goes to snack.
You do all that. The two Domans like get back. They're like look at each other and they're like, "What are these horse birds? And why do they smell so bad?"
We are not blessed with horses.
At which point they're put in the back of the cart and you ship them off to your home. Regardless, with that taken care of, Azir comes back to you with Ia in tow, along with Ageleton, who's now like looking down at you. He's currently just he's dressed kind of like in a sailor outfit, but he's like wearing a button down. He's holding his kid's hand in one hand. He's just like looking at everybody.
Hey.
Dak kind of runs over and hugs Jam's leg. Hi, Jam.
Hi, Dak. Hang on. He goes, oh, hey, Dak. How you doing?
Doing a little better. Lots happened.
I lost it.
You lost the salt chester.
Yep.
Oh well. Fionn bows to Jam, having made her way back.
Jam's just like, oh, I'm sorry. Kid's been sick.
Oh.
Yeah, she's had a fever. Haven't been sleeping well. And then he rubs his face.
That's no good. That's
Apparently it
honestly.
ran through all 5 of them.
Oh.
So
That's
I've
really no
bouncing
good.
From Ul'dah to Limsa, taking care of each one in turn.
Oh.
But you can
Poor
see,
thing.
It looked like he hasn't slept in like 4 days. Just like nodding off.
I have a spell for that if you want to get some sleep.
Dak.
I know.
The only reason I'm awake is because I heard you got back, and he like very slowly like gets down to his knees and he ear cuffs his kid. Great swerve in Halone's tits. You actually got him back.
I almost didn't.
He's just like, oh no, you did it? I ain't gonna ask. I'm just glad he's here.
Just thank Rowan.
Right. Right. Anyway, I wish you guys luck. I know you're heading out again. So I really don't know what to say. My brain has stopped functioning.
You need to get yourself some sleep or you're going to get sick.
I think I already am. I already gave Mom a ring. She's coming over with some of the good stuff.
Okay, good. You take care of yourself. And I know I'm the biggest hypocrite for saying that.
He's like, honey, when you have kids, it changes.
Doesn't matter. Well,
At that point, Azir like flicks you on the top of the head.
Hmm. Well, if he's out with a cold, then he can't take care of the little ones either. Rubs her head. Fiona says, "Well, get as much rest as you can, and with any luck, we can do 2 for 2 in the meantime."
It's like he's like, right. He like picks his kid up. He's like leans over and like almost falls into A's ear. He's like, "Come on, brother." As they're like walking away, like Camilla walks in. And Azir just like looks at her and he's like, and he looks at his brother who like cuffs the kid's ears and he's like, "You're lucky."
That poor kid doesn't know what's going on, don't care.
I'd say Camilla is in like full on stress relief mode right now and just can't stop purring.
Well, that wasn't ominous.
I was making sure it worked.
Camille says, or no. Nay, Azir can ruin even the most drug-induced bliss Camilla may be in. Did I read that right?
Yep.
With ears pinned to her head and unkempt clothes, she looks at the group. "I did my best. Can I stop now?"
Skull just very calmly tosses her an ice pack. Or rather, like, tosses her like 3 ice crystals in a bag.
Camilla catches them and tucks them in a pocket for later use.
Skull looks over at Dak and he's like, "Well, I think you're the one who's most mad at her right now. Can she stop, or should we send her back in for..." Sniffs the air. Round 57.
Dak crosses her arms and looks at Camilla. Camilla glares daggers at Skull.
Agent probably just raised the eyebrow at 57.
Make it even 60.
Rowan just walks over to Works and wraps her arms around her clothes and says, "You know what? We're gonna let you guys decide that. We're gonna go somewhere. We'll catch up with you later."
Bye.
Okay, have fun. Yes, ma'am. She fires off a very half-arsed salute.
Skull's like, "I know we just got to Gridania, but I was hoping we'd kind of go ahead and get the show on the road."
Yeah, I had the same thoughts. I was probably just going to let Azir get Jam back.
Which I guess happily for Camilla here means she's off the hook. And on to a new one.
That's right, aren't we taking her with us?
Yep.
might work.
You two flirting in PMs or something?
No. Oh, let me roll a bluff for that one.
Oh my god.
Skull just kind of like
kidding.
looks back and goes, "Should I go get the two lovebirds?"
Yeah, we're gonna leave soon.
Before they get too far.
Just like ping. It's like, Rowan works. Do it on the ship. We're gonna leave.
You can field that one.
I'll get this over with quickly, then we can drag me to a covenant or what have you. Camilla grumbles before starting back off. I'm just lucky she's too tired to look out the window.
Works just not works. Skull just reaches out and like grabs the nape of her neck. Like, no, we were joking.
Is she that tired?
Skull leans over and whispers to Dak, "It's like the amount of drugs in her system. I'm surprised she's alive."
Oh.
Shame there wasn't any rock and roll.
Also, I assume.
Rowan looks back at everybody when they say that. And, I'd at least like to go say goodbye to my father. I didn't realize we were going to be leaving this soon.
That's fine. There's more than enough time for that.
Should I come with or he's still a
Skull
little
just comes
sour?
back and he was like, "I didn't mean like immediately. Just that you didn't have enough time to get cozy."
Mm-hmm.
Rowan just glares. Whatever.
Sorry, Rowan.
Skull like throws up his hands. He's like, "I can't win."
I'm gonna go with Rowan, even though I'm pretty sure her dad would rather not see me.
Look, Camilla just assumed Azir. Spend a week with him and you very quickly learn to do something as if your life depends on it.
Skull just like looks over at Azir and looks back at her and he goes, there's a long pause and he goes, "Oh, sweetie."
Because it does!
He just very calmly goes, "Oh, sweetie." He like tucks an arm around her and like leans over and like whispers into her ear, "I'm going to introduce you to my father later."
Please don't. I'm not into men.
He's not a man.
So,
He like brings his arm back around and he's like, "And you will see what I mean." He just like walks off, like following Azir, laughing.
Okay, I've got everything done I need to do. I'm just gonna go down somewhere. Probably. Until we're ready to go.
I'll probably join you, Todd. I have nothing else. No pressing business.
She holds up this donut with like red filling coming out of it. I planned on just sitting and eating this donut in peace.
Go ahead.
For all of the 5 minutes of peace that I shall get today.
Very well. I'll just relax here until we're good to go.
Camilla says, "He's still your father and you refer to him as one. I'd rather..." She puts some distance between Skull and herself the moment she's freed. Yeah, no, you can watch me eat a Roland Berry donut if you want.
Watch me smear this on my face.
I'm just going to put it on this table and just go split.
Fiona, you get your shopping done. So, woo! All good there. Rowan, I'd say.
Great, you all do that. Relax, because you had the choice of death and dishonor. Any road. I am gonna go take a bath and see if Sigbert can purge all of the shit from my system.
Camilla grumbles. Yeah,
okay,
Jordan.
so Fionn, you go.
So stomps off one very miserable moonkeeper.
Fionn, you get your shopping done. Camilla needs to roll a diplomacy. Oh my god. It's not bad. She walks in, Sigbert's like looking at her and he's like, "Hi." At which point she voices her concern and he goes, "Oh, sure, hold on one second." And he like gets her to lay down, like puts a tube around her arm. Next thing you know, she's got like a shot, she's got like 3 needles in her. He's like, "This will take a minute." And, like connects them to IV drips and he goes, "Now, you see, with all that has been pumped into your system, if you have a toxic aphrodisiac cocktail brewed inside of you. So this may take a minute. It shouldn't hurt. Aside from the needles going in, of course." Like takes a 4th one and puts it in her arm and like starts drawing some fluid out. And he goes, "Now I need you to start counting backwards from 100.
Okay. 100, 99, 98.
Just gas starts releasing on her face. Out cold.
And then she lost a kidney.
Camilla wakes up a couple minutes later, feeling right as rain, though groggy. Or rather, like, all the stuff out of her system, but she's groggy. And Sigbert's, like, standing there, and he's like, "Here," and holds up orange juice for her. "Drink this," and then, like, puts, like, 3 bottles of water on her person. And drink all 3 of these in the next hour, and you should be fine.
Camilla takes it and sips. You're a lifesaver. Also, remind me to never, ever do that again. Even if it means stopping the 8th calamity.
Oh, don't worry about it, dear. We are all young and do stupid things here and there, especially when it is to impress a pretty young thing. Or a handsome young man in some cases. He, like, you see his face turn a little red.
Camilla sips. Well, let's hope I learned from that episode. stop with the stupidity, even if it got me another visit with Tamero, she muses. Anyway, I'm in your debt twice over.
Well, you're very welcome. Do take care of yourself. And no heavy lifting for the rest of the day, please.
They better not put me to work as a pack mule after everything else. She downs our juice. Take care now.
Camilla stands up. Her legs almost immediately give out from under her. He's like, oh, no, no. Take it easy, very slow. Some of the antiseptic is still in your system. Your nerves are coming back.
Camilla whines and tries to steady herself. How long will this last?
The general jelly feeling in your legs should last no more than 2 to 3 minutes. It's more just a matter of getting them back underneath you. You may feel some slight numbness, like they're asleep here and there for the next hour, but be done after that. Rowan, meanwhile, you're back at your parents'. What, if anything, are you going to say to them?
Thank 12. The last thing I want to do is be carried by that psychotic Tom. Anyway.
I am just gonna give my mother a kiss goodbye, and head off.
Alright, your dad gives you a hug. He says, take care. I'm sure Workson is a very nice boy and that you are... He just at this point goes, you're old enough to make your own decisions.
Dad. I'll send mail once we land in Limsa.
He just goes, Rowan?
Yes, sir.
I'm used to waiting. Don't worry about it too much. I know you'll be safe. You have good companions.
Yeah, they're pretty good.
At that point, he just smiles and then pats Rowan, pats your shoulder. He says, "Go get him."
Yes, sir. I look over at Works to see if he's going to say anything to my dad. Or my dad's going to say anything to him.
Works is currently in a pile of 8 dogs that are just laying on top of him.
Just don't worry, I'll take good care of her.
There's a corgi just licking his face.
Aww.
He's okay with it.
Works got the puppy pile. Drag Works out of the back of the dock.
So as you arrive back down at the dock, you see Jam is standing there with Azir, and he's leaning against Azir. He's nodded off completely. Just
Aww.
he looks up and goes, "Oh, you're all back. Just kind of blinks for a moment. I wanted to see you all off, and I pulled some strings.
Oh, okay.
At that point, you just hear a familiar voice call out, and he goes, "Well, Salt Cat came a-calling, so I came back to Gridania as quick as I could. Fancy seeing you all again." Out comes Santiago, like dusting himself off.
Oh yeah, fancy I see you, since I told you about it being in Gridania.
He just kind of shrugs a little bit and goes, "We got a message from Jam asking for the favor." Figured return trip was in order after Roz. We made a bit of a mint.
Just kind of makes a face at the mention of Razadon.
Pats her.
Not enjoy my time there.
No one does.
No.
At that point, he looks around and goes, "So, where to?"
Limsa. Yeah.
Yeah, we're calling.
Limsa or Aleport.
Yeah.
Up to you all. We can head to Aleport, or we can head to Limsa.
Either way, we'll have a name
Limsa.
for it. Okay. Limsa. Limsa it is.
All right, all aboard.
Yep. Deck climbs on.
The agent's just gonna follow after. Todd's leading this adventure.
Yon steps on, arm hooked with skulls.
Yep. Merlin and Merc's get on to.
Yeah.
Jam's like waving goodbye. He's like, "Bye."
Bye, Jam.
He looks
Bye.
over.
Jam.
He looks over at
Yeah.
Camilla and hands her a bottle.
Camilla goes, boats. Why did it have to be boats? No. She looks at the bottle quizzically.
It's a flask. It's essentially a flask of never-ending Pepto-Bismol.
That's good.
Tim Merrill's doing too?
No, just a sailor's best friend.
Works for me.
He's like, he just goes, clean the cap off in the mouth. I'm sick and I was using it, so.
She's already chugging it.
Ah,
Oh.
Oh, great. Now we're all going to get sick.
That's all we need.
Nope. Me, we're gonna find a room.
God damn it, Camilla, roll a fortitude.
Me and Ron are already below deck getting the room set up.
Barricade the door.
Finally, you get a good one.
27.
You're fine.
It's like Bernie Sage, spirits be gone.
There's still too much of that drug cocktail in her for the disease to take hold. It just gets more.
She's like patient zero for penicillin at this point.
Well, I'll do it anyway, just to be safe.
Jam's just like, turns his head to Azir, and Azir's like looking at him. They both just shake their heads.
Ia shakes her head too.
Also, the fact that you just
Just all
chugged,
innocent.
the fact that you just chugged Pepto Bismol.
Oh.
I don't mind the flavor, and even I couldn't do that one.
Just the viscosity of it. Oh.
Just the group.
I Pepto once, it made me throw up
Uh,
again.
At least it has like a nice vanilla.
No, when I was working down at one of the shore towns in Jersey, I would bring Gatorade every morning with me, and have that throughout the day.
Yeah.
I had one I opened up. I'm just like, this tastes like fucking Pepto Bismol. Like it smells like Pepto Bismol. I'm like, it's like, yo, it's like smell. It's like, is that fucking Pepto Bismol? I'm like, what the fuck is this? Like Gatorade tastes like Pepto Bismol. Great. I'm gonna order this down really fast.
Welch's grape juice, according to
Oh god.
the doctor, tastes like medicine.
it can.
Welch's grape juice.
Yep.
It can be a little harsh.
But, yeah,
I always gotta water that stuff down.
Anyway,
I like cranberry juice.
you all get on the boat. You sail. You arrive in Limpsys safe and sound.
Everyone can.
As you arrive and get off the boat, Santiago wishes you well and says he will be stationed there for when you need to leave again. Since he's basically tells you he owes Jam a great deal at the moment. However, as you all arrive off the boat, a familiar voice cries out to you all with a slight shrillness to it that says, "Mr. Stack!" And that's where we're going to stop for tonight.
Okay. Wondering who the heck's calling her mistress. Alrighty.
Okay, I'm out.
Night.
Hey.
13-hour day tomorrow.
Oh, I wish you luck.
Good.
Good luck.
I have been awake for 23 hours now.
Go to bed.
Oh deal.
That's my usual weekend ritual. I don't have to do anything tomorrow.
It's alright. I'm probably gonna wind up running my race in like 2 hours of sleep anyway, like I did last time.
Oh,
Yeah, Kim is earning the shit out of that 8 wisdom.
Also, it's probably a good idea that we moved